Hello there. There we are. Let's see if I can turn things up so that I can hear myself. Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? Hope everybody can hear me. My goodness. So sorry about the difficulty. I've been making some upgrades to the stream, with the idea being I was going to make some upgrades to quality of life improvements, really, for myself. And it turned into this whole thing. So we've upgraded the GPU, we've upgraded some processing stuff. I've upgraded, instead of I don't have a stand because I kept hitting my toe on stuff. So I don't have a mic stand anymore. I actually have a really nice mic arm that's got this like hidden magnetic, it's full metal, but then it's got like this magnetic wire management system, so I won't trip over things anymore. So it's like, and then there were all of the updates that needed to be done, just a wild amount. So if something isn't coming through well or correctly, please do let me know. This is going to be kind of in the same way that it's going to be the very beginnings of our journey in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. It's also very much going to be a test of a lot of different pieces of equipment, and let me move this microphone up, and different pieces of equipment and different things that I've been doing to try to improve the stream. So, and one of the biggest things is to make sure that this arm is strong enough to support this mic, because this little microphone is heavy. Let's do this. This is supposed to be able to support up to, the arm is supposed to be able to support up to 8 pounds. And the microphone's not quite that heavy, but it is pretty heavy with the anti-shock arm on it. It's pretty darn heavy, so I'm hoping everything's good. You said the only game I've spent $80 on. I love this game. I have. I'll move it over to the fireplace scene just for now, so people can visually see that we've moved over. So, boop. There we go. So I have spent $80. I would love to tell you it's the only game I've spent $80 on. I have spent $80 on a lot of games. Back in the day, this is the funny thing, not that long ago, we'll go back maybe 12, 13 years, it wasn't uncommon to have collector's editions of the game, which actually came with the disc of the game, and they would be $130. And there are games that I have enjoyed so much that I would get the $130 version of it. And then they started doing the collector's edition. They stopped putting the discs in there. So it's like, oh, you want the collector's edition, you can get all the collectibles, and we're going to give you a game code. Sometimes you don't even get the game code, you just get the collectibles. And it's like, but the nickname I had even back then was the collector, because I would constantly buy the collector's editions of the games that I really enjoyed. And this technically, no, not this one, Jedi Fallen Order technically had a special edition which came with a replica of Cal Kestis' lightsaber. I was not able to get my hands on that one. I could probably go back and buy it now, but I think it's like $400 or $500, and I don't know if I want to do that. But these are great games. These are really good games. This one I actually bought twice. I bought on PS5 and I bought on Xbox. The deluxe editions with the pre-order bonuses, because I wanted to be able to play it on the channel at some point in time. The PS5, I only have one PS5. I have two Xbox Series X's, and so the PS5 stays in the living room. I can't broadcast all the way back here in this wing of the house. It doesn't stretch. The streaming doesn't work. So I was like, all right, I want to be able to play this on the channel, and had a lot of fun with it. I've passed it a couple of times on PlayStation, so I know what's going to happen story-wise, but it's been a while since I've actually played and passed it. The last time it's been closer to the release, so it'd be the beginning of last year-ish, which means that I'm going to get lost, because I remember in playing it the first time, I played it through on Jedi Master, and I actually started to do a New Game Plus, and I stopped, and I need to go back and do that because I have New Game Plus on that. What was I going to say? The pathing, I remember, especially on Coruscant, seemed to be a little tricky for me in some instances in the area, so I may have those same navigation issues, and so it is really very much going to be me getting reacclimated to this game, because I remember loving it. I know what happens, I know the story, I know all of that. I know the battles that I struggled the most on and all this. I'm not going to play it on Jedi Master. I'm going to play it on Jedi Knight, so I don't struggle as much. I'll still die probably, but I died a lot. Without saying anything, I know I died a ton just on the final boss. So I'm hoping Night will make that less of a slog for people watching. Plus, I kind of want to go through leisurely at this time and do my leisurely stuff. So really quick, just thing on the channel. I've started this game twice. I really need to restart it again. It's such a good game. I argue this, right? Fallen Order is really cool. It's a good game. But Fallen Order had some mechanical issues for me. It was a little stiff. It felt a little stilted. It's really good. This game gets rid of most of that jank, let's say. I did New Game Plus on Fallen Order only because I wanted the red lightsaber and the Inquisitor outfit. Yeah, that was a fun thing when I was doing. I remember when I was doing the New Game Plus on Survivor, and I believe you. I don't know if you do or don't. I haven't played the New Game Plus or hadn't gotten to the lightsaber bench and played that in a minute. I think you get red. I think you get you can get red saber on New Game Plus on this also. I know you don't get it automatically, but I do also know you don't just get like 3 colors. You get like, I think it's like 12 or 10 or 12 when you start up. So, but it takes a minute for you to get to a lightsaber bench also. So we're gonna be Cal for the most part. Actually, we do still have the pre-order stuff, so I'm gonna do that. But yeah, This game's great. This game is really... what I was going to say is, this game has everything that Fallen Order had, which I think Fallen Order is still a great game. And most of the time, you can literally pick up a copy of Fallen Order for like $5 now. So if you don't already have Fallen Order. But this gets rid of a lot of the mechanical complaints. I mean, all of the things that I really had major issue with, like the map being a little hard to navigate. This one made it a little bit more clear. There's a lot of stiffness, I feel like, in the controls, and it's not that stiff here. There are still problems with, my adaptation. You're going to see that, like me getting to... me using an Xbox controller because I was playing this on PS5, but this game is amazing. The music is great. I love Cal. You're gonna see. We'll talk about it. Okay, I got to get used. If you're hearing me bump the mic, I hope you're not, because I hope this is a shock thing. If you're hearing me bump the mic, I'm not used to not being on a mic stand. I'm not used to it being on a mic arm. So I'm gesticulating, and as I'm gesticulating, I'm hitting the mic arm. So I'm not bumping my toe and hurting myself anymore, but I'm accidentally bumping the mic. So I apologize. Adapting to a mic arm is a whole different beast. I do like it still better, but my gesticulations are a little too out there. But anyway, I really like these games. Star Wars games are just a lot of fun. So I'll give you a little bit of what my back plan was. I had forgotten. I told a friend of mine who's a diehard Splinter Cell fan, Chaos Theory just turned 20 this year, and I told him I was going to do that, and I am still going to do a 20-year anniversary stream. It turned 20 in March. I am still going to do an anniversary stream. However, when I was digging through, because I was going to pull the Audible and just go ahead and do that Chaos Theory stream before this one, I couldn't find my physical copy. I've had my physical copy since launch day of 2005. Could not find the thing. I looked through I have a lot of games. I looked through every single last one, found every other Splinter Cell game except for that one. So I think that's also probably the most popular Splinter Cell game. I think I've probably loaned it out, probably didn't get it back. So I'm going to get a Splinter Cell Chaos Theory copy physical copy. I need a physical copy because if I play digitally, my wife also plays the other Xbox, and she likes to use my account to play some of her digital-only games. If I play a digital-only Splinter Cell, she plays a digital-only. Only one of us can do that at a time. So I'm going to get a physical copy again. And then I'll play that for the anniversary. But this is also appropriately anniversary because just a few days ago, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, the movie, turned 45. So yeah, it came out in theaters in May of 1980, I believe it was, because 1977 was the first one. So now here we are, 45 years later. That is so hard to believe that it's been that much time. But my goodness, and so many good things. I know we like to talk about Star Wars, things in Star Wars that have evolved poorly. I think a lot of people hated Outlaws, and a lot of people didn't like The Acolyte, and a lot of people... But we have to look at it, I think, on the whole. Star Wars has given us a lot of really good stuff still. Even Disney Star Wars. I think Andor has been good. Andor Season 2 is really good. I liked Ahsoka quite a bit. Kenobi's not my favorite, but the Obi-Wan one isn't my favorite, but I still love a lot of parts of it, And then the games. Like, I actually quite like Outlaws now that it's all been patched. I like this. I think we talked about the next game we play being, the next Star Wars game we play being the Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, which I think is a blast. So, yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot. And I think we kind of briefly touched upon, because I think everybody wanted to, we kind of briefly touched upon the philosophies in Star Wars, because Star Wars and philosophy have this kind of inseparable piece. The Jedi being traditionally Buddhistic, and then the Sith being traditionally Nietzschean, Friedrich Nietzsche, his stuff, and then Qui-Gon, whose name very probably comes from Qigong, which is a Chinese concept of basically, it's a Taoistic principle of, we would say, to overly relegate it, go with the flow, right? But the whole principle is basically that being Buddhistic is denying yourself certain things, and being kind of Nietzschean in some areas is kind of accepting egoisms, or the willingness to perpetuate yourself potentially at the expense of another. And Qui-Gon was this, he was this Qigong Taoistic kind of person where his whole purpose was just to kind of go with what's going, you know. I'm sure another solution will present itself. We're not in trouble yet. You know, just he doesn't presume, he doesn't predict, he just lets it happen. You know, stay in the moment, feel, don't think, just, you know, we talked about a lot of those types of things, which I think are incredibly interesting too. So for anybody who's coming here going, oh, this is just a game channel, well, it is, so I apologize if I've dived too deeply into the potential messages that were given, but Star Wars and psychology, not psychology, that too, but philosophy, just so cool that we think all of the goofiness of like episode 2. I'm gonna leave the sequel trilogy out for just a minute, and we think about all these goofy things that happen in like Attack of the Clones. And then you look at the kind of deeper pieces of some of the canonical, the late canon stuff even, and it becomes less two-dimensional. And I also will say something Star Wars-wise. If you have not been watching, and if you're a Star Wars fan and you've not watched or haven't been watching Andor Season 2, there's a moment, and there's a single sentence, but there's a moment in that relates to that sentence, which absolutely 110% undoubtedly dispels the notion that Star Wars is just. I know Lucas has said Star Wars is for 12-year-olds. Star Wars is for kids. Bearing in mind I'm way older than 12, way older, but Andor Season 2 has something, a word that I didn't think any Star Wars movie or show would ever have in it, and a principle and a concept in it that I didn't think would have in it, and it is that whole, it's not a curse word, it's just a bad thing, and I'm not going to get any deeper than that. Just if you get a chance to watch it, it completely and totally dispels the notion that Star Wars is just for kids. I think that concept right there, that one episode, that one moment, that one concept, I don't know if I would be super comfortable if I had a little kid. I don't think I would feel super comfortable with that little kid watching, because it's not implied. It's not only implied; it's spelled out. So, a lot of Andor Season 2 kind of pays homage to it too. That moment or that fear for her. So, yeah, definitely adult orientated. Let's say. But anyway. I hope everybody that's come in today has had a great weekend. We're here Sunday. I do actually have tomorrow off, so it's probably one of the more comfortable streams I get to have, because I know that I'm not going to lose the last of my weekend. I still have tomorrow off. It's Memorial Day. To those of you who are celebrating, and to those who have something more specific than it just being a holiday, but something more meaningful to it, my greatest supports to your celebrations and to your memories. I've just ordered burritos. Good day. Very nice. I think tomorrow is meant to be, I think this week is something that, again, I don't understand the weather here. I live in the desert. I live in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, desert, literally. And it is meant to rain from the last half of today all the way through the week. Never do we get that kind of precipitation. We get maybe 2 or 3 days of precipitation, of non-frozen precipitous through the whole year, and we're getting rain all week. So I'm so excited about it. I'm going to go cook out in the rain, because that's no sun. I can be out in clouds for a lot longer than I can be out in uncovered sky. So I'm still not going to be like wearing short sleeves or anything like that. I still can't deal with sunlight, but you know. Congratulations on the burritos, though. Hopefully they are delicious. Yeah, so anyway, just side note, I am going to be doing a Splinter Cell 20th anniversary stream at some point in time. I'll probably do it after this, because at that point in time I should have received my new copy, and we can do that. But for now, this will be, let's say, the beckoning of, or the welcoming of, the beginning of the 46th year of Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. In my opinion, the finest of the Star Wars theatrical releases. They better be. Oh, the burritos. I hope so. They cost me. It's so funny. We went to. It's so funny you say that too. Things are so expensive. My wife and I, our anniversary came up. It was not this past Wednesday, but the Wednesday prior, and I had to work, so we were going to celebrate it on the weekend, and we did. We went out and we watched a horror movie. Went and watched Until Dawn, which was pretty fun for what it was. Is it absolute horror cinema, brilliance? No, probably not. It's fun as a horror. It's good. It's gory. It's everything you want a horror to be, in that regard. And so we were excited. She's sitting there clamped onto my hand the whole time because I'm not very easy to scare. She is, and I love that. She's sitting there squeezing my hand the whole time. The whole thing from beginning to end. It's pretty startling if you're a jump scare person, but it's also got a lot of concept stuff that's not really even jump scare, that just kind of has you on the edge of your seat. So we did that. And I got her some concession. I can't eat when I'm out and about, so I got her some concession. We went to, after that, we went to do something kind of fun. I thought it would be fun to go to this. We have this gigantic, in the nearest city to us, effectively. We have this antique store that is literally as large as you might want a school building to be. It's huge. If not just under, and pick out something fun for the other as an anniversary gift, because we're not very traditional, and so it's after this many years you get, and you kind of fall. It's like after 50 years you give this, after so it's one of those things where we were like, we don't want to be super traditional and get just it doesn't have to be something just gold or something, whatever the something just diamond or whatever, and so we did that. And then I took her out to eat to this new restaurant, which is supposed to be high class, and it was an Asian food eatery. I assume that the intent was primarily Japanese with some Korean influence. I think after that day, just those days, it was like $400 just to do. Now, granted, it was okay. That was well within the budget because it's an anniversary. You don't celebrate it every day. It's a once a year thing. But I think we spent like $400. The eatery alone was like $100 and something. And then so it's just and then just going to the cinema and the concession is like $48. And it wasn't just it wasn't like we were getting buckets and buckets of popcorn, and it was just regular concession, and it's like $48. And it's and the antique thing, finding the antiques. And of course, that's a little bit expensive just because it's antique. It's just like after we finished the whole of the date. That's not all we did, obviously, but after we finished the whole of the date, it was like we'd spent about $400 just on it. Everything's so expensive. I hate it. But that was tangential. That was my projection on. That's why the burritos had better be good. That you pay $50-$60 for 2 burritos. Or 50-60 pound, I guess, in your case, but which is even more money American. So, oh my goodness, it's been good. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. I hope everybody's having a wonderful weekend. For those of you who work but have been gifted Memorial Day off, wonderful to you. Kudos. For $400, luckily, it wasn't the movie that cost $400. The whole of the date, so everything that we did that day, came up to about $400. The movie alone was, I think the movie and the concession was like $48 for us. And again, it wasn't a ridiculous amount of concession, and it was like, it's just crazy how expensive everything is now for no good reason. I mean, obviously we know inflation and all that, but it's like, my gosh. But we had a lot of fun. Did all kinds of cool stuff, and I got her a really neat little. She got me, ironically, she got me an oil painting kit because I love to paint. So she got me an oil painting kit with some really nice, like nice oil paints, and some smaller canvas and a brand new brush set, which was super super sweet of her. And then she got me because I do my card thing, she got me this large kind of card mat. I think you could use it probably as a mouse pad also, but anyway, and it's like stylized paintings of all of the Star Wars movies on it. So it's from episode 1 to episode 9. I was like, this is, I don't care anything about the sequel trilogy, but even the stylized paintings were just so cool for episodes 7, 8, 9 even. So I was like, oh, this is, and then I got her this beautiful bejeweled silver like bracelet bangle with flowers, because as you probably know, my wife goes by Ivy. She is a just an absolute lover of plants and all things plants, and she loves she's got, you see her arm, she's got plants ivy tattooed down. I mean, it's her favorite. So to get her a silver bejeweled flower bangle, this beautiful thing, is just like, it was such a cool find, and I wanted her to have it. So the Siren Ivy, or Ivy she goes by, but yeah. £60 for thongs nowadays. Thongs. I thought you were going to say things. The worst is when you buy the wrong size. I look ridiculous. I think I saw something that was funny the other day on the internet. I'm not much to watch. I like watching. Like, I use the internet for. Again, I'm older. I use the internet for things that the younger generation doesn't. I think a lot of people like to use it for mostly entertainment, whereas I like to learn new things from it. So I like to watch a lot of debates and a lot of like Dr. Brian Greene lectures and things of that nature. And but I stumbled onto, there's this recommended video that was sent to me, and I said, okay, I'll watch it. And it was a gentleman, I guess, and his girlfriend or his wife, I'm not sure who, and he's sitting on the couch. She finds a pair of very lacy lingerie that she recognizes not to be hers, and it's him. It's silent, I think, and he's trying to persuade her. Interesting how we've come around to silent films again. He's trying to persuade her in action to, not go. She leaves, she walks out the door or whatever, and then he turns around to the couch and he bows down on his knees and he bows his head on the couch almost in defeat, and you can see the peekings of similar frilly undergarments from underneath his waistband. So they were his. She was convinced they were some other woman's. They were actually his. It was just something he enjoyed, I guess. It's not for me, but you know what? I thought that was pretty comical. No, I dress very I dress very unusually. I dress how I have two different sides of me. When it comes to what nobody uses, I have two different sides of me when it comes to personal versus professional. When it comes to professional, I'm very much old-fashioned: suspenders, collared shirt, tie, nice shoes, pair of pants, right? Suit if necessary, depending on the nature of the call, but at very least the prior. When it's personal, I like things that are very flowy and very not form-fitting, very comfortable. Not because I'm a big guy, but I'm not. I don't think I'm not a gigantic, like a fat man. I'm just very stocky, very very broad, and I like things that are just kind of a little bit more flowy. So like right now, I'm wearing effectively what would have been similar to, obviously not the same as, but similar to like what a Viking might have worn. Very loose, kind of linen weave that, has a button under the sleeve that can go up and button on the outside of the upper sleeve to make it into kind of a short sleeve if necessary. And then very wide, pants that, because my legs are huge. It's very hard to fit into a pair of jeans. I just have gigantic calves for no good reason. So it's just, wow. It's crazy. We know what kind of entertainment on the internet you watch. Let's just say it's a parody of Star Wars, starting with the Jedi loops. That's not true. Actually, since we're in the philosophical in the chat part of it, the last thing that I was watching is recently there was just a debate that came out on. I don't know if anybody's seen these the Jubilee debates. And I think they're a terrible format. I hate the format. But the debates, I'm interested in hearing what it is, and it's usually like it's usually 20 of something opposing versus one person, and so it's 20. In this particular case, it was 20 atheists versus one Christian, and the Christian is this, whatever. And so I'm listening to him, and I'm like, wait a minute, that claim that you're making is based off of kind of St. Thomas Aquinas's assertion that there's an a priori structure of there's a structure of actuation following potentiality, but if you move up the farthest rung a priori, there would be something that would have had no potentiality, no potential, that would have effectively self-actuated. And that thing, right, doesn't have to be a person, that thing or whatever it is or whatever the being is, that would be God. That's the kind of the Aquinas position, right? And it's like, I feel like that there's an accidental, I don't think he's doing it purposefully, I don't know, but it's like there's kind of this accidental misrepresentation of what I would believe to be the Aquinas, the Aquinian, I guess you would call it, belief structure. And I'm like, and then you have these 20 people that are just kind of coming through and being like, well, and then he's kind of pushing back in directions that I'm like, that's not productive. You're not asserting that you've made any headway. You're diverting. It's that kind of stuff that I like to watch. I want to hear. I like debate. I like debate because I learn something. If a debate is done well, my opinion, if a debate's done well, both parties walk away with stronger arguments because they've learned something from their interlocutor. So that's Jubilee. I don't think does it a great way though. Their thing is always just like, oh, let me. How is it? It's always kind of just like, let me. Let me have 20 people, and then if you get voted out, and it's like, hey, the voting out, like, they should each be given, like, whoever makes it there first should be given like a 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever to go over. It's like, oh, it'd take a long time. Well, that's kind of what your job is, so it's fine, But I've seen people do it about it's like the Ukraine-Russia thing, the Palestine-Israel thing, Harris versus Trump. I've seen it done for all of the most contentious topics. So it's like this one was atheist versus Christian in his case. I would argue that what he says he is more kind of in line with general theisms, but not necessarily directly Christianity. But so that's what I like to do. I like to watch debates. There's another one from years ago, back when Christopher Hitchens was alive. It was him and Stephen Fry fighting against is the Catholic Church a force for good? It's a debate against him and two members of the Catholic Church. There was a debate with the same guy, Dr. Jordan Peterson, and Stephen Fry on the same side against another two people, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson and another lady, about political correctness. Like, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. And I like to, I'm not taking a stance on either side at this point. I mean, I've taken some stances, but just, I like to hear those. So, want to hear a good joke? Sure. But yeah, I like to hear those types of things. I like to see what people think, and then basically I take both sides and I look at that and go, okay, what's worthwhile and what's not, and then I get rid of what isn't and I keep what is. I think that's what debate's supposed to be. I think it's just the consistent whittling away of weak positions, and I don't think weak people necessarily. I don't think weak positions make weak people unless they. I think the willingness to espouse a weak position continuously is. Want to hear Keir Starmer? I don't know if I know what that is. I do know what that is. Don't I? That's your PM, isn't it? Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know why for the longest time I've been in. I know that's not the case. It's I always think Boris Johnson, Keir Starmer is your that is your PM right now, right? I don't know why my mind's still stuck in several years ago Boris Johnson. I think that's who that is. Yeah. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. My mind is still stuck in. Bear in mind, this stream also. I'm trying to do this in 4K, so we're on normal latency, which I believe is like between 7 and 14 seconds. So I apologize if there's delay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. We'll see what he does. We'll see what happens. There are a lot of the fight that I've heard about him recently is there are a lot. I think the people have stated there is a lot of people have stated that he's kind of paradox within government. I think. One second. Let me get a drink. Okay. Yeah, there was something that had come out. There was something that had come out. It's funny saying that. It was something that had come out saying that that he was very unpopular, but that he had actually done some really good stuff. And I'm like, okay. I didn't read it. I got notified of it like 3 or 4 this morning, I think. And then I was like, wait a minute. I'll go look at that later. But it was basically saying that he had some of the trade agreements that he had made were really big and that were going to help the general British economy. But then it was like 70 some odd percent or whatever, 70% of citizens don't like him. 70% or some out of the UK don't like him. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, like, it's fine. I mean, I can't make any. That's the thing. I can't make. Maybe that's the thing. I can't make any comments. Our current president isn't doing a phenomenal. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not saying that everything that's been done recently is bad, but I'd say that a lot of stuff that's been done recently in our country by our leader is troublesome. So I can't. I'd love to sit there and make fun, but I can't. I don't. I can't make fun. I mean, you have to think about it. If I have to put them in stark contrast in one key area, right? If we're talking about trade, and Starmer has opened up additional trades with Asia to help strengthen the economy at the time where we are imposing tariffs of 115% on China, where goods are becoming remarkably expensive to the consumer, not because the tariffs have dissuaded China, but because they've provided a tariff that the Chinese government has to pay, or the Chinese trade, the people in Chinese trade have to pay in trades and goods. And all that happens is that those, and we've done this before, that those tariffs just get pushed into the American people, or down to the American people. So it's like, I find Trump hilarious. I know he's very specific and important. He's in a very specific, important position, of course, with serious issues. But I can't help but find he's funny. He's a funny guy. It's when you're looking at things politically, right? It's that kind of thing. I think he's funny. I think that's what he is. I think he's a comedian. He's an entrepreneurial comedian. I think that's what he is. But yeah, but he's also the president, and there comes a time to drop the celebrity television status and move into the serious office part of it. And I don't know. I don't think any side of the government has done particularly impressively in the past 10 years or so. At very least 10 years. And I think we're seeing damages from, obviously, I would say longer than that. I remember Bush's presidency, not Bush Sr., but Bush Jr.'s presidency. I remember Bush Sr.'s presidency also, but Bush Jr.'s presidency with, like, No Child Left Behind and Patriot Act, which I think are immensely harmful still to this day. But it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's going on that I don't think is really being well communicated or well thought out. And so if I have to go specifically talking about trade, Keir Starmer versus Donald Trump, Starmer's doing a lot better of a job there than our president is, I'd say. I think more celebrities will run for office and when the world is changing. Well, the world didn't change all that much, though. It's not like Trump's not the first celebrity we've ever had run for president, and he's not the first one we ever had win the presidency. I mean, when you look back at the history of presidents, Ronald Reagan was a movie actor. He was a television actor and a movie actor before he was the president. And he was the president, and he's many people's favorite president of all time. Or at least of their lifetime, because of his charisma and so we've already had that. We had Gerald Ford, which Gerald Ford was as a result of the stepping down of Nixon, but Gerald Ford was a bodybuilder. That was his thing. So it's like we had a bodybuilder president. So it's like we've had celebrities in one or another. I don't know if he was prior, but I know he, while he was president, I believe, even lent his voice acting talents to Paddington 2, the Ukrainian voice of Paddington in the second Paddington movie. I know he did that. So if he wasn't an actor prior, at least he was at that time. But it's like, it's not, I don't think the world's changing because we're letting celebrities be president, because I don't think there's any reason that a celebrity can't be president. I just think it's that the world needs to pay more attention to what we are asking of the person and whether or not they're qualified to do that. I think celebrities can easily be qualified for government office. I don't think that we're asking that they be qualified. I think we're allowing the celebrity status of them to carry them through their political careers, and I think that's harmful. But I think if we can separate their celebrity successes from what they are proposing to do and how cohesive they are in presenting it in a government capacity, I think that's where we should start kind of holding them to account. Now, at the same time, I don't like the idea of us only, and this is something we've done for a long time, and we've been doing it for far too long. I don't like the idea of us incentivizing people that are wealthier are the only people that are going to get into office. I think that you have people like celebrities which have millions of dollars that they can use to campaign, which most people don't. And I think we should start kind of disincentivizing that the money that you spend in campaigning is what we're going to pay attention to. I'm also very anti-bipartisan. I think that I saw a little snippet of a debate which I thought was ridiculous. It was a gentleman named Andrew Wilson versus a girl who went by, or a woman who went by the name of Naima. Anyway, it was a podcast and it was ridiculous. And her stance was, I don't think she was fully well realized, but I think she was a quick thinker and she came up with a lot of good points. I think his stance was absolutely ridiculous. I was listening to it and it was just like, if I were debating this, there's no way. But he was talking about things like political tribalism, and he was like, we want to get away from that because, basically we want to, he was talking about in America, maybe we move it to a one house voting system. And he's like, because then if you have a husband and a wife who disagree and they both vote, then they just negated each other's votes. And it was like, okay, but if you have a husband, let's say he's the head of household based off of your more traditionalist standpoint, and it's a one house vote, then even though his vote wasn't negated, the wife's vote was still negated. The animosity still exists within the household because they still disagreed, and one vote went out instead of both. And so rather than both people being harmlessly negating of each other's perspective, but being given the illusion that they were heard, you just now instead took the illusion away from somebody else, creating the same animosity, or moving where the animosity occurs, still within the same household. And he's like, well, political tribalism. Well, you've been incentivizing bipartisanship. We shouldn't be a bipartisan-only system. We should allow other systems to do it. The more groups you have, the smaller the tribes can be. There are always going to be tribes, but the smaller they can be, the more you allow. So it's like, man, this is just crazy. I just mean in general, as it does, I like staying in my nostalgia corner and enjoying old things. That's perfectly good and fair. Well said, by the way. I'll be back. Oh, yeah, no worries. That was kind of my thing. If we're talking government. 1 second, I'm going to adjust my seat. You'd hear all of my bones crackling. Good Lord. Sorry about that. I have to adjust it though now because I'm higher up. For anybody who hasn't been here for a minute too, this is a little part where we just kind of talk about anything and everything. There's no real censor. I mean, I would say there's not real censorship. There is some censorship. Obviously, if you come in here and you're just being a jerk and saying a bunch of things at people, I'm probably not gonna. But if you want to talk about your opinion on something or disagree, and respectfully do so, then obviously there's no real censoriousness here in that regard. But anyway, it's just it's kind of crazy because it tie this into Star Wars. It's like the republic. We are actually, America is a constitutional republic, or a democratic republic in some instances. A constitutional republic in most cases would be the way you would call it. And we are kind of trying to turn ourselves into the empire, and there's a lot of threat of that. And I don't necessarily know how real or tangible it is. We have to treat it as if it's real and tangible. But anyway, it's just one of those crazy moments where we're actually starting to see kind of the politics of fiction. It says life imitates, or what is it? Fiction imitates life. I think we're seeing the life imitate fiction piece of it. It's kind of crazy. But one thing will be sure, I'll be okay no matter what. Or I won't, and if I'm not, then I won't know it because I'll be gone. So it's like, either way, I'm fine. No, what I was talking about, the argument was like this moving of goalposts and this, this kind of like, it's this, he's talking about tribalism, and it's like, there's always going to be tribalism. You're never going to get rid of tribalism. No, there's not going to be anything frivolous or important, especially not important, certainly not frivolous, where everybody's going to agree. You're always going to have people breaking up into subsects, and the fewer subsects there are, the larger they're going to be, and the more vocal those oppositions are going to be. The smaller the subsects are, the less bipartisan. The smaller the tribes are, the less vocal they are generally, or the less tribal you might perceive them to be, because you're going to start seeing things like Venn diagram overlap in one tribe to another versus a major two, which are effectively going to be the polar opposites of each other with some overlap. And it's like, so it's just ridiculous, the mindset and the mentality that we've adopted, I think, in a lot of these cases, where the idea is that we need to be a specific structure, or we need to be more traditional, or we need to be, I think everyone has this idea of what I would consider to be a grossly oversimplified version of the way that things are. And I think that a lot of times that's kind of espoused in us incentivizing these, people that, either these people that are giving ideas that we resonate with, giving them a lot of money, or the people that we don't resonate with that have a lot of money becoming resonant because of their status. So it's kind of why this is going to sound, this is not pretentious. I want to be very clear. I'm not attempting to be pretentious, so I apologize if it comes across that way. But it's part of the reason that I think areas like this, where we just kind of talk about things, I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not going to censor you. I'm not here to be censored. It's why I think these areas are so important to just kind of talk about. And it's perfect. And it's why I also think equally important to the spaces where we can talk about things candidly. I think it's very important that we take the approach of not trying to combat each other, but if we have opposition in our opinions, that we have an area where we can speak, but we also can listen, and we can hear what other people are saying so that we might better understand and further strengthen our own viewpoints, or discard things that aren't particularly of utility or of benefit to us. So that's my personal opinion. And again, there are going to be people that disagree, and that's perfectly okay. But that's the idea. But that's also part of the reason, again, there are parts of the reason that I enjoy Star Wars, and that I think it's becoming, I'm going to make a quick point here. I think Star Wars has become more relevant now than it ever has been. I don't like it when we start to insert our problems into media that's supposed to be for fun, right? I don't like for example, let's say that gender politics are a big hot button issue right now in the real world. That's fine, and we can address and navigate that as we need to. But that doesn't need to be the thing about the Star Wars universe, is that doesn't need to be a topic for them, because people that are actually dealing with those should have a place to escape. And it also doesn't make sense in a world where Star Wars is, there are things that are agender, right? For example, again, Hutts are agendered. They will present as masculine or effeminate, but they reproduce asexually, which means that they don't need a partner to reproduce. They just can. And it's like, we don't need to make a big deal about that in the Star Wars universe. Now, one of the things that came across, again, very early on, Gorton Kolu in KOTOR is a xenophobe, an actual xenophobic individual. He's afraid of other species taking over, and he's very much pro-human, anti every other alien species. We don't actually have that real-life xenophobia. We have, phobias of maybe some people, not all of us, most of us don't. But a lot of people may have, like, phobias of different, becoming a minority or whatever. I think that's I think those are silly, but I can't negate that people feel that way. I think it's silly. But the point being is that kind of stuff comes in, and it's like the caricature of Gorton Kolu being an actual legitimate xenophobe, someone who's afraid of other species that are sentient and wonderful, other whatever. I think that's a really good. It makes sense in that universe, and it makes sense to kind of caricaturize what we see in our life, because when you give these really 30,000 foot problems, you might also in that 30,000 feet see a solution, and it's not an end-all be-all, granular solution, but it is something. It's a start, and I think that there is utility in that. It's kind of like coloring by numbers a little bit. You don't necessarily have to. The art would look more dynamic if you chose not to strategically, but if you followed that formula basically, the image would be good and cohesive. And, and then, of course, you could add your own little flair and flavor as you see fit, right? That's just the nature of that. I think those are the kind of things we look at. So I find a lot of utility in Star Wars. There are several books out on, obviously I've read a ton of Star Wars novels, but there are tons of books on the psychologies of Star Wars, the philosophies in Star Wars, drawing parallels between the real world and Star Wars. Michio Kaku did one called years ago called Physics of the Impossible, which I love, which is the real life sciences behind Star Wars technologies. Hacksmith since 2015 have worked to invent a lightsaber, which is currently available for consumer purchase. It's like we've made a lot of strides, and Star Wars has been incredibly influential in that. And I think one of the biggest things that I pull from it is I love the fiction of it, but how much utility is there in learning the kind of balance that Star Wars promotes? We are rapidly moving into the Star Wars universe in terms of technology. We're moving into it. And I think one of the biggest things, let's put this out there because this is just my this is going to sound, I know I'm ranting. I love Star Wars so much in every possible way, and I've been a fan of it for decades. So if you're like, it's not that deep, that's fine. It doesn't have to be that deep to you. It is to me, but it doesn't have to be that deep to you, and I respect that. But one of the things I love about Star Wars is in terms of our world and the world that I grew up in, when I was growing up, there wasn't a whole lot of technology. You didn't have a lot of great technology. Computers were still clunky if they were, I grew up playing Oregon Trail on the Apple IIe in this Pink Flamingo game or whatever. I don't know what it was, but it was I can't remember what it was, but it's this little, it's I grew up playing that kind of stuff. And it was clunky. It was the apex of technology at the time, but it was clunky, and it was, you didn't have ray tracing and you didn't even have drop shadows. It was just really basic. And by the way, I still love the Oregon Trail. It's still a great game. But at any rate, my point being, I digress. It's so interesting because the world was filled with belief in religion, which is fine, because we didn't have all of this technology and all of this evidence. We didn't have cures for diseases. We didn't have some of the diseases we have today, and we certainly didn't have cures for all of those diseases. It was wow. And now we're moving forward so rapidly. I was in a time where we didn't have smartphones. We had, cell phones weren't really a thing. You had bag phones, car phones, that were in these bags, and it was what? This is, you dialed a number and service was spotty and the audio fidelity was okay, and, maybe, but it was and now we have all of human knowledge on a device in our pocket. We can access all of human knowledge. The Library of Alexandria pales in comparison, and it used to be the marker, but now it pales in comparison. 650-ish exabytes of knowledge at your fingertips at any given moment via a small device that you carry around with you probably all of the time. And so I think Star Wars kind of navigates this. It calls for the utility of something greater in the world. So in our world, it was this call of faith, and I want to be specific. I'm not specifying any religious faith or anything. I'm talking about just pushing the boundaries of what we understand, believing that there is more. Doesn't mean that there is more as a god or goddess or whatever. It doesn't mean any of that. It's just finding a philosophy, a principle of something that you believe to be that cannot be observed. Welcome back. I hope your burritos are fantastic. I can tell you one thing. I don't really get to eat burritos a lot, but I can tell you one thing. Living in this area, being bordered with Mexico, burritos are wonderful. We have a ton of wonderful Mexican food, just mom and pop. Just side note, right? Mom and pop Mexican food restaurants. They, basically they came over. They were like, you know what? They came from Mexico, came over, started up a restaurant, small restaurant chain. Maybe it's got 1 or 2, 3 locations or whatever. Authentic Mexican cuisine, and they are fantastic. So there's a little one called, there's a little place called, I don't even know if I know how to say the word. So I have to figure out. I'll just send it out. But anyway, it's just, that's all they do is they make these little, and it's just, it's fantastic. I can't have a lot of it a lot of the time, but it is so good. I would die living there. Oh man, Mexican food. I can tell you, like, again, I talk about the cultures in this state, 4 major cultures. So you have the first thing that everybody I think knows this state for is barbecue. I'll get back onto my original topic in a second. I'm sorry, but just everybody knows this for barbecue because beef is one of the big, like, I think it's the biggest beef state. I think we're the biggest beef state in the United States of America. One of the biggest beef places in the world, I think. And then, so barbecue's everything. Barbecue's what people know us for. And then you go down to like Pflugerville and stuff, and then it's German. It's a lot of German cuisine, and there's a lot of like sausage and the schnitzel type, joints, but it's not really like there's a whole actual Oktoberfest. It's probably pales in comparison to actual Germany's, but we have the whole German part of Texas, and it's like the German cuisine with bratwurst and beer and all of that kind of stuff. And then you go even further, and then there's Cajun Texas, which is, Cajun French cuisine. There's that. And then, of course, we border with Mexico. And so we have a lot of wonderful Mexican dishes and Mexican families who've been willing to share that part of the food part of their culture with us there also. Because, of course, Texas was until 1849, I think. Something like 1849, was it? Or maybe I'm not quite there, but anyway, was a part of Mexico. So it was like, there's luckily there hasn't been a lot of animosity. There's a pretty, I think maybe I'm wrong, but as far as where I know I am, there's a pretty good relationship with a lot of with our side of Mexico. I think our government would have you believe there isn't, but I can tell you most Texas people really don't care. We really just enjoy our Mexican neighbors for the most part, and with exception to, like, obviously where there are areas where there are people that are causing trouble in terms of actually committing like violent crimes. But I think that's also true in Texas. Like, Texas has a lot of that, and they're not from any other part of they're not immigrants. They're just native Texans causing trouble. So it's like, yeah. So we have a lot of great food, a lot of great cultures, a lot of great people from a lot of great walks of life, and from a lot of great, deep cultures that we get. It's really nice. It's super nice. And we all unite under the one banner of Texas. That's where we are right now. It's really great. As a matter of fact, there's a specific category. It's called Tex-Mex, right? It's Texas Mexican. It's Mexican food, Texas Mexican. And it's fantastic. Tex-Mex food is so good. But anyway, what I was saying originally, let me go back, I digress. I got off onto a fun topic, which I think is good. Because I think the world always keeps talking about, I think the world feels like everybody, like there's this huge division, and everybody's like, keep out people. We don't, I feel like a lot of people feel like a lot of us are like anti-immigration, and I think that's a really unfortunate thing. I think we love our neighboring countries quite a lot, and I think that we need to make immigration takes a long time, and I think that there does need to be an appropriate amount of vetting. I think it also takes way too long, like unnecessarily long. And I think if people want people not to come in illegally, then we should probably make the legal process not an absolute pain in the tail end that takes over a decade in a lot of cases, and causes a lot of harm to people. I think we should make it a good vetting process with a reasonable wait time, and then, because otherwise, why wouldn't people come in illegally? We've made it literally the biggest pain in the tail end to come in legally. So it's like, I don't know. We have a great I don't want people to think we have I think the world thinks we have such an awful relationship with Mexico and our neighboring country. I think Canada, nobody really talks about Canada. I don't think we have any problem with Canada either, obviously, but it's like, we're not bordered with Canada. But as far as being bordered with Mexico, I mean, we don't, as far as I can tell, we don't have any issue with it. Maybe they do some worse version over here. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Yeah, we have something called Tex-Mex over here, and it's amazing. We do like smoking meats, barbecues, and briskets, and things like that. It's a huge part of Texas culture. Just a lot of beef, steaks. Beef is a huge. I think Texas is I could be wrong. I think Texas is the largest, if not one of the largest, in the United States. I'm fairly certain we're also one of the largest in the world of meat. Just Texas. I'm not even talking about the U.S. Just Texas, I believe, makes up for a lot of that. and then we get Tex-Mex, and it's where you get a Mexican family adding culture to some Texas-specific dishes, and it's just like, so cool, so nice. But yeah, I always feel like everybody feels like that we have this big animosity towards Mexico, and as someone, as the state that shares, I think we share the largest or the second largest border. I don't know if, I think California shares a slightly smaller border, but I could be wrong. But either way, as one of the two states that shares one of the largest borders with Mexico, I can tell you we don't. We don't. There's no animosity. Like, if you happen to, hear this or whatever, like, we need to make the process a little bit easier. But like, yeah, that's I don't want the world to think that we have that we all have this ridiculous animosity. We certainly don't. A lot of us don't, for certain. Some do, but most of us don't. I would love to try some America-style English fish and chips. I bet it would be like having a Mexican burrito. Oh, absolutely, it would be. Okay, so I will say, the fish part would absolutely not be. Well, I say that, but you have to it depends on where you get them from, because you have to consider we do have a place called New England, which are the kind of up where the original 13 colonies were, right? And like, if you had I would argue having a Texas-style English fish and chips, absolutely, you're completely right. It'd be like having but there are places up in like Maine, is one of the big ones, I believe. A lot of the M states, if they're Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, that are really right off the coast of water, short traveling distance, that we still refer to as New England, right? And there are heavy preservationist efforts in terms of buildings and in terms of culture, and that includes English culture, Dutch culture and English culture, where they are right off of the water able to make fish and chips. And I believe that those would probably, I don't necessarily know that they would be the same as English, but I would tell you that I think New England could probably compete at making a something comparable. I've only seen it on TV shows and such, but whenever it says, I would argue, I think there are a lot of shops that try to make fish and chips, and a lot of them are like in the center of the continental U.S., and it's like, you're not getting it fresh water, whatever. But I would argue if it's coming from one of the New England states, I would say particularly Maine and Massachusetts. I would argue that those two states alone probably can make something that can contend. But that's about it. We have a whole section called New England, so there's a lot of emphasis on. Like if you come down to Louisiana, for example, you'll get fish and chips, but it's not going to be like an English fish and chips at all. It's going to be what we effectively call steak fries, which are these giant slabs of potato, and it's going to be seasoned in cayenne pepper and all this other good stuff. So yeah, it's like that. But to be fair, though, a ton of chip shops have gone down here. I love it. Yeah, I wouldn't, a fish and chip shop here, there are fish and chip pubs in, like, for example, Nevada has one, in Las Vegas specifically, and it's okay. I mean, it's definitely what you'd expect from Nevada. So, like, again, the only the states up in kind of New England would I even assume could give a decent run for the money. You guys don't have a thing like pork pies or sausage rolls. I don't think the way that not really. Well, not really pork pies. I mean, we have like kind of the closest that you would probably get to that would be what we would call a pot pie, version of that, and it's like, but sausage rolls, not like you're thinking. Texas has one that they've come up with called the kolache, which is generally, it's kind of like a hot dog, like a pig in a blanket, but a lot of times we replace them in Texas, we replace them with a good breakfast sausage. And it's called we call it a kolache, and I think it's just a Texas thing. So kind of, but not like you're thinking, certainly. Dwight Jeffries, welcome in, by the way, says, I need someone to do my wife as I sit and watch. She has white brown hair. That's an interesting thing. No, I appreciate the offer. I am a happily married man, and we are in a monogamous relationship, but I appreciate it. We live at only come on Saturday and Sunday at 1800 to 20. She needs badly. Let's see how she 18K. Yeah. And yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm happily married in a monogamous relationship, but I appreciate the offer. You might be able to find some other polyamorous individuals out there. You just, perhaps bad luck happened upon one who is monamorous and monogamous and married, but I appreciate the offer. And I don't need the money, but I do appreciate it. But any which way, the sausage roll thing, I think, is we do like a version of it called kolache. I don't think it's going to be the same way as you're thinking of it. Basically, it's like I said, we call it a pig. You might call it a pig in a blanket, but it's a bake. We would call a biscuit, what we would refer to as a biscuit, right? It's this like a good breakfast sausage, and then you roll it up in a in like this what we like in our version of a biscuit, not a cookie, which is just kind of buttery, flaky, this, that, or the other. And you wrap it up, and you kind of, I guess you bake it and you brush it with like egg yolk and butter, and then it's like, yeah, back to pork pies, huh? Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't think we have pork pies like you do. The sausage roll, yeah. Kolache is the closest thing I could think of. I mean, unless you wanted to jump into a different topic. I had jumped from a different topic to the food, though. I jumped from Star Wars. Did you expect me to do something else? Anyway. No, what I was talking about, well, let me jump back, I guess, to the Star Wars one real quick. What I was talking about with the Star Wars one was the interesting, like the, I guess the oversimplification, a lot of the kind of the inverse. Hey, Thumb Bros, how you doing? Congratulations, by the way, on the Lost Levels, and then also on the Mega Man run yesterday. I got to see that, and that was awesome. That was really cool. And you did actually sub. What you did sub? I think you were trying to do sub 60, and you absolutely did sub 60, which was cool. Or I believe I saw it. Unless I'm mixing the times up or something. I thought you had said. I thought you'd gotten like 50. Was it 54? Oh yeah, it happens. I mean, he asked, and I said no thanks. That's it. Doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. But yeah, anyway, I think one of the things that I really love about it is the going to the Star Wars thing for a second. Is as I was growing up, again, there wasn't all of the. You didn't have cell phones. You didn't have all this technology. You didn't have. And then we've gotten to the part where we're kind of moving very much in the direction of Star Wars. You know, you didn't. We'd only had one real moon landing as far as we could, or not one real moon landing. We only had. Well, yeah, I guess we were close to that. We'd only had a couple of different thises and that's, and then it was. Now you can casually send a 90-year-old man in the form of William Shatner up to space just because, like, trips to space have become fairly casual. It's like, that's crazy. It was 5204. Okay, that was good. I was like, I know I was mixing some of those digits up. You can get sub. Oh heck yeah, you can. Yeah, I was gonna say. I know I was mixing. I don't know why I was thinking 54 something. It was yeah. But yeah, no, that's that was cool. That was really cool to see. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on for the whole of it. I wish I could have, but I mean for the because I know you were doing the Super Mario Lost Levels afterwards. I didn't get to stay on for that part, but it was really neat. Congratulations on both of those. Those are both amazing runs. But yeah, anyway, the Star Wars part of it is kind of that they've moved into the area where technology can account for a lot of things, and there's still this all-powerful force, basically, that's inexplicable, and it's kind of that desire. I think a lot of that encapsulates, at least for me, the desire to reach out beyond what is quantifiable. And so I think that's one of the big things that I really enjoy, is that in the Star Wars universe, in our real universe, we have this faith-laden system where technology will catch up, but I think in theirs, it's that thing where we think everything is quantifiable, and we have the reason to, or we have the belief to push beyond. It doesn't have to be a deity; it can be anything. I think it's all good, but Randa, but you should play Outer Wilds. Okay, I'll put that on the list for sure. I've got a couple of them that that people have kind of either voted for or requested that I was going to do. So that would probably be the third, if that's okay. So I think I'm going to do this. I have a Splinter Cell Chaos Theory request that came out in March that I just don't have the disc for, and then after that I think I'm going to do Star Wars Lego, which was requested, and then after that I can probably do Outer Wilds, because I do have that. That'd be fun. I have wanted to do that too, so that's actually really, I would like to do that. So I'll go to space. The Thumb can record a speed. Oh, that'd be so cool. Wouldn't that be neat? First speed run from space, Thumb Bros. It is. It's become casual. Used to you had to be a specific height and weight, and we sent a 90. I think it was 90. Was he 91 at the time? Was he 94 now? He was like 91 or 92 at the time, or something like that. And that we sent him to space. You used to couldn't do that. It's one of the best games you played. That's a high compliment. Okay, I will put that on the list then. And we'll do it fairly quick. I mean, I think we'll probably get to it in 2025, unless I'm really terrible at all these games. I bet we can start it up in 2025. No worries about lost levels. I wonder if my challenge would be asking a lot of people. A part of me wanted to go the team aspect where 2 people. It's not a bad idea. It's super hard. Like, I was trying to get some of it down. It is just so freaking hard. I need to go step for step. It's going to take me some time. I think I can get it. I think I can make it good. It's just, it is so challenging. There's a lot of death. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move over to the game. I'm still going to be talking to you guys, but I'm going to move over to the game. Let me go ahead and fade this music out. This neat little lo-fi Star Wars. I love this, by the way. I think it's a huge thing for, I think it's Samuel Kim. I think it's Samuel Kim for this one. A couple of different artists, and Samuel Kim primarily in some instances, and then I think it's Star Wars Theory kind of put this together or whatever, and I think it was one of those that they kind of let out and say, oh, you can use it. I'm not monetizing anything anyway, so it doesn't matter. This is all about the talking with people and the experience is the thing, so... but anyway, huge to them, huge thanks to them just for making this. It's so nice, this lo-fi Star Wars stuff. I can tell you that I listen to Star Wars music a lot. I have listened to Star Wars music a lot over the past several decades, and I still to this day I do. Streamer, you should stream Two Worlds. That game is terrible. I will stream it one of these days, but it is terrible. I really have to manage some patience for that, because that game is so terrible. I'll probably do it, but I'll cheat a lot because I hate that game. This Mega Man 4 race was like a team aspect, but where you would still have to learn Mega Man 4 regardless. Well, yeah, and that's fair. That's fair that you would do that. You don't want someone to have to completely carry the... You want both people to know it enough so that if you switch on and off, you can, but it's like, yeah. Nice thing about Outer Wilds is the length of it varies depending on the player. That's really a cool concept. Let me wake that back. That's a cool concept. Recently, one of the big things that I've been doing in terms of games, just throwing this out there, Outer Wilds I think I have the Outer Wilds on Xbox. I could be wrong. I have to double check. I know I have it. In some. I've been going through and just destroying GOG's catalog. They have been offering so many great deals, and I've been buying up like a madman. And it's mostly games I've already played in past that I love and I want to own. And I went ahead and picked up on Ash your recommendation. I already had it on other platforms. I had it on Xbox and cell phone, by the way. And I actually picked it up on GOG. Was Thimbleweed Park. So just throwing that out there. But like, I've been destroying. I don't know what all I have in that anymore. It's crazy. It's just been crazy. But Outer Wilds I have on Xbox. I'm fairly certain that's what I have it on, and then I'll double check and see if I have it on other platforms. I have it on PC, or if I have it on Xbox, I can play it back here, so no problem. There we go. Yeah, I want to try it though. I do want to try it. There are just so many good games, and I don't let myself get overwhelmed with them. Like I get games that usually I've played, and then I if it's a new one like Thimbleweed Park, for example, sometimes like Balatro even, I got on cell phone because it's just easy to play in the. So if I find, like, I don't like cell phone games a lot of times, but for like point and click style games like Balatro, like Thimbleweed Park, it's like, all right, so I can kind of vet them a little bit and such. I'm definitely more. I like consoles. That's my favorite. And then I do enjoy PC on occasion. But PC, it's heavy retro. Very heavy retro. Very much Sierra games, point-and-click adventures like Conquest of the Longbow, and it's all that kind of good stuff. So, but I will put I've got Outer Wilds on the list now. So it's got we've got Splinter Cell Chaos Theory 20th anniversary. We've got Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga, which is a Lego game, so it probably will not be that difficult or long. But, and then we've got, we'll put Outer Wilds. Disco Elysium. I heard there was a controversy about, I have that game. The story is so nice. I heard there was a controversy. I bought that game on GOG recently, and I have not yet played. That's one of them I have not played. seriousness. Yeah, I heard there was a controversy. I don't know what the controversy was about, and I don't guess I care all that much. I just had heard there was controversy about it. But I still fully intend to play it. I wouldn't have got it was like on a sale for, I think it was on sale for like $3.74 or whatever. So I was like, why not? All right. I'm going to play this game. I want to be, go ahead. I have passed this game. I want to be very clear. I've passed this game. I have it on PlayStation. Have you played the classic Leisure Suit Larrys? I own all of the Leisure Suit Larrys, and I have played all of them except for the 2 new ones, which I also own, but I have not played. Wet Dreams Don't Dry and Wet Dreams Dry Twice, or whatever they are. Those 2, I haven't played those. Classic Leisure Suit Larry, yes, I have played. I love Leisure Suit Larry. 6 is my favorite. No, 5 is my favorite, I think. I have to double check. The publishers scam the devs, and the devs don't get any money from the sales. Oh, that's, yeah, okay. That's rough. I do like showing supports to the devs, but I already bought the game, so I can't do anything about that, I guess. But that's not going to stop me from playing a good game. At the end of the day, if I already bought it, I didn't know I could, so I can't do anything about it. But I'll put that on the list as a suggestion. I'm going to put Outer Wilds on the list as a definite in line of things. I'll put Disco Elysium on the list as a suggestion, just so that I can take a peek and see how I would need to set up, because that one I know for a fact I have just on GOG, and I've had some trouble with getting that whole sound set up. So I'll need to do some update on the. I did one PC game, which was I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and they moved it. Now it's on console. And it's like, I could have done it this way, but anyway. But yeah, I'll get it figured out, and then I'll put that on the list for suggested but needs upgrades for my system. So I have played this game. I have this game on both Xbox and PlayStation 5 Deluxe Edition with all the pre-order bonus stuff. I have not passed it on the Xbox, but I have passed it on the PlayStation 5 a couple of times. I did play it and pass it on Jedi Master. I am going through it again on Jedi Knight New Game Plus, or I did start to on PS5, I should say. But I haven't played and passed it since it came out. The last time I played and passed it was still kind of closer to when it came out, like early last year. So it's been at least a year since I've done the last major playthrough, so I still may get lost in some of the pathing. I hope you guys will bear with me. That's half the fun, though, to be honest with you. Also, I know your side is going to look a little different than mine. I had to make some adjustments because it is way too dark. So yours is going to look like a really heavy sunset, which I actually quite prefer the way yours looks to mine right now. But I hope it's not. If it looks not good on your side, or you don't like it when I get in, let me know and I'll make some adjustments. But it's really dark if I don't make some corrections. I'm going to go to Start, New, and I want to do a playthrough. Eventually, I want to do a playthrough on Jedi Grandmaster. Again, I've only passed it on Jedi Master. I want to do a Jedi Grandmaster. For people who know, that last boss was killer, and it took me so long, even on Jedi Master. So on this, I am going to play on Knight. Knight is a nice... You can see the balance here, right? So this is obviously, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I should still win. I already have won. I'll die. That's the idea. So I'm going to do it on Knight, just to be fair. Remember, in episode 1, Qui-Gon Jinn was a Jedi Knight. I think... yeah. I think technically he was... I think technically they kind of posthumously granted him the rank of Master. I believe he was considered a Knight, though, for the majority of it, because to become a Master, you had to successfully make a Padawan into a Knight, and Obi-Wan is a Padawan at that time, so I have to double check and see what the new canon on that is. He should have only been a Knight. Anyway, point being, one of the most powerful, one of the most wise Jedi of all time, I believe, only during life ever achieved the rank of Knight. I could be wrong, but we're gonna do that. Focus, interaction hints, I guess, I don't care. Navigation hints, displays an extra main object, can be turned on at any time, Nah, I want to let the story go. We'll start the new journey. We'll let it go on the suggested. Just take a moment to realize that's a little loud for my ears. Okay, if it's too loud for you guys, let me know. It is definitely loud. Hold on, let me turn it down a little. I think that might be a smidge loud. There, that way when I talk, we're well into the green. Good lord. How good of a mod and friend I am. I still need to play through this, yet I'm here to support my American homie, regardless of spoilers completely ruining it for me. Well, I guess I should say that, too. I do intend to play this game. I hope not to spoil it for anybody if you are worried about it being spoiled. I'm always happy to have you here and to talk with me, but at the same time, don't spoil it for yourself. More beautiful Star Wars music, by the way. Something really cool about these games in terms of music is not only do they have unique compositions, but I believe I can't remember if it was this or Fallen Order. I believe it was Fallen Order, but one of the two also came out with an album exclusively the Cantina songs on one album. I think it was the last one, but anyway, super cool idea. So that is the Jedi Temple with the Imperial banners hanging from it. And these two creatures are called Nogri. That's the name of their species. Most popular one is Grand Admiral Thrawn's right-hand man, both in extended lore and in Legends and canon. He had one named Rook, which was incredibly effective as an assassin right-hand man. And we are on Coruscant. And Coruscant, ever since 1313, which I thought was a cool idea, along with a lot of other planets like Taris and Nar Shaddaa, have built into their core a very long ways. The deeper into it, it's basically a classist thing in a lot of instances. Not necessarily as much in Coruscant, but in Taris for certain it is. Nar Shaddaa kind of. The deeper into the core you go, generally the poorer you are. So it's kind of classist, but not always. In Taris, it absolutely is. You're in the underworld, which is the deepest part of the... There's a three-layer core, basically. It's the upper city, the lower city. Upper city are the really wealthy people. Lower city are the not-so-wealthy, but okay people. And then the undercity are basically criminals, exiles, and paupers of a just unsustainable level of wealth, lack of wealth. What's Yoda? I'm just being goofy. I already know the story. Okay, all right, well... Those guys kind of look like Helldivers. They do look like Helldivers, don't they? With so they are basically they're that outfit is for the police department. So you can actually see on their helmets there, on the top of their helmets, the letters, those letters. I'll wait till they turn around so you can kind of see it. So I can also make sure that I know which letters. Some of them have PD, but I don't think that's the letters they have on theirs. I think theirs are either PF or CF, or I'll take a look at it.
State your business.
Yeah, PF. So no, that's PD.
Believe the rumors.
Yeah, PD.
The Jedi. We brought him in alive.
The senator is expecting us.
Yeah. So PD, police department in that case.
Keep the senator waiting.
That you're going to see a lot of that also, as you may or may not be aware.
Wish you died like the rest of your kind.
Gosh dang. One of the things you'll see, as I do read Arabesh. My entire phone. We'll put this out there. Is there anything about Star Wars you don't know? The stuff that hasn't yet been written, I guess. And there's some newer stuff like I'm not remarkably familiar with. I have to, like, you'll hear me tell you. I'll hedge my bets a little bit. I'll be like, I don't know if they've changed that. So for those of you who do know, I don't want to be annoying with this. I do read Arabesh. My phone, everything on my phone is in Arabesh. My text messages, everything that I can read, all of my computer is in Arabesh. With the exception, YouTube you can't change. So this is in, what I'm reading your guys' comments, they are in English. But all of the rest of my stuff is in Arabesh. And it's a security measure for me, firstly, because I have a lot of people in my business that, for whatever reason, try to look over at your text messages, and they can't read them if they're in Arabesh, but I can. So you're going to see me reading the Arabesh here. So CSF officer is Coruscant Security Force. They're basically the police department. Because the Empire is not, they don't police their own. So like, for example, up here we've got, this is restricted area by order of the Empire. Boo, 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 boo. You'll also see me, this game does have some nonsense Arabesh in it, and you'll see me call that out. One of the things I was super impressed with on Outlaws was that a lot of the all of the advertisements, in fact, that they had in Arabesh were actually correct. They actually were advertisements for something, Pazak, Sabak, or whatever. And in some cases, you'll just see like that right there just says eats. So it's like, okay. I think there's a sign we'll see that just says milk, and I have no idea what it pertains to, so I don't, we'll see what happens.
Rats in a maze. I don't like it.
Okay, can you guys hear everything okay? Does the sound pretty balanced for you?
I get paid.
So those are turbo dogs. See, so it's like all kinds of cool stuff. Boop boop boop. And then what do we have here? Wave noodles. Okay.
Citizens, you can't treat us like this.
Yeah? Says who?
If you stop, the Nogri will push you forward. So it's just, yeah, there's probably a lot. But yeah, to answer your question, there's probably a lot of stuff I don't know about Star Wars. But let me adjust this one more time. Sounds all good. Okay, I don't want it to be too loud, but it also looks like it could be too quiet. So I don't want it to be that either. Getting the balance it's always that first episode where you kind of got to get everything correct, right? So I appreciate you for bearing with me if you are, and if you're not, that's perfectly okay too.
Hard enough to make ends meet in this galaxy.
Not according to the propaganda.
Pipe down, prisoner.
These are the bedrocks of the empire.
So we got this giant screen television with a message from SN Senator Daho Sejan, or Sejan, Sejan, I guess. Special bulletin. And then just the letter U, I guess. What is this? UBN? I don't know. I guess that's the name of the station. BN, either for bulletin or broadcast news. I don't know. And if anybody thinks they've seen the species that the Senator is, they have. Episode 3 on Utapau, they are known as Powin. They're normally kind of a tall, slender. Like the Senator definitely is a big old bulky version. Either a well-fed or an incredibly bulky, strong version, but either way.
Attention. Level 2046 is now under curfew by order of Senator Sejan. Clear this
Another turbo dog sign. What is that? Wait, what's that in there? Oh, okay, fine.
will detain and incarcerate anyone.
I get distracted. I like to look inside of all the little shops and stuff and see how fully realized some of it is. And again, that's where I say Ubisoft did such a good job. Like, EA did a great job here, and it's fun, but like...
The rest of you,
Oh, I'm gonna get killed by a KX unit. I forgot.
deals change.
Not this one. I come along or we walk.
Only you. The others must wait.
Okay.
You gonna let him call you that?
I can't stand walk and talks in game. I like it in some cases when it, like, I don't like it when it feels like padding. This is a great departure from where we left off in Fallen Order, for those who have finished Fallen Order. So it's good to kind of have this explanation
Nice to meet a fan.
available. And it's a reintroduction to, like, we're all of a sudden captured by the CSF. We've got a KX unit pushing us about. KX units were programmed to be pretty cruel.
Mind your business.
This is my business. The prisoner needs to be in mint condition.
The Senator requested I bring the prisoner to him alive. He is breathing.
So this is obviously a K. It's not a black Imperial painted, but it's a KX unit, maybe a desert specific unit. And then we have our gigantic Senator Sejan.
Yes, Senator.
It better be. Ada's dogs are always sniffing about. Jedi is a rare quarry these days. What else have you brought me?
One of these droid guys is in Rogue One. Yeah, a reprogrammed K2SO is actually in it, and it's Andor Season 2 actually dives a little bit into how that came to be. Those are they're known as KX units. So the number can be any number. The K unit is the prefix. So they're known as KX. Basically, it's K, and then it can be any number of numbers. In K2SO, though, is the reprogrammed one. But they are generally pretty effective.
Sabotaging weapons depot.
They are generally pretty effective security droids and fighters, and in this game they are incredibly effective at taking health down.
The failed coup on Norset. That was
I think these cinematics are beautiful too. I think they've done a. Is it perfect? Is it real life? No, but it's really nice.
You already know I've been working with Saw Gerrera.
before I deliver.
When does this take place in the overall Star Wars story?
I can't.
if I'm not mistaken, this is just a few years after Episode 3, basically.
No use resisting. I'll find out.
Because you have to think, Cal Kestis and Jaro Tapal survived Order 66. Let me take a...
At my
Hold on, let's see if I can...
Or maybe I'll just use this.
Okay, that blade's not going to be blue when I get to my first customization shop. I'm gonna change it.
A traitor like you. And to think one day our children will ask, what is this thing? This relic of a corrupt institution destroyed.
But yeah, I think this is
Own arrogance.
9 or 10
Arrogance.
years before Episode 4, so that would make Luke Skywalker at this point in time is like an 8 or 9-year-old kid.
Mind if I deliver you to him in pieces? What?
It's basically like
Do you really think you could capture me?
yeah. So did you watch, if you watched Kenobi on Disney Plus or whatever, or if you bought the DVD, or if you just watched it on whatever website you want to watch it on, doesn't matter. This is probably about that same time, roughly.
That's mine.
Stop the Jedi!
All right. Yeah, Cal is this. So Cal in the original, Cal actually survived Order. Oh, that's really cool. That's actually a full transcript of. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who else would appreciate it, but that on the right is actually a full, and it looks like a correct transcript of the English version over here on the. World's Greatest. Yeah, that's a full and correct transcript on the right hand side in Arabic. That's really cool. Yeah, it's several of the new Star Wars shows are actually pretty cool. So that's really neat right there, though. Let's do some customization just really quickly. I think I only have my one stance, right? Yeah. Or did I? I kept my double bladed stance. All right, cool. And then let's go to customization real quick because I want to change my outfit. Why not? I should have. So for pre-order bonus, you actually got Rebel Hero, which is Luke Skywalker. That's his jacket that he wore in Episode 4. And then you have Scoundrel, which is Han Solo's jacket from Episode 5. And then you have Hermit, which is basically Obi-Wan's, kind of a play on Obi-Wan's from Kenobi, I guess. I like that one, so that's the one I'm going to use. But I don't like this color as much as I like this color. So I'm going to use this one. Oh, I messed up. Scoundrel. Where did my hermit pants go? Oh, it's the shirt. That's why. You don't get a hermit shirt. Hermit pants. There we go. Cool. Now I'm wearing some Jedi robes, kind of.
Come and get me.
Okay, I'm gonna get used to, you have to forgive, I'm gonna get used to this real quick, so I have to remember. Okay, so it is LB.
That all you got, Senator? Come on out. We'll talk.
Quick executions are pretty great. It's if you get a perfect parry and then attack directly after.
Okay, we can do this.
And it's very satisfying to get a perfect parry. It's more satisfying the higher the difficulty, for sure. But this is fine.
You can't stand against this god.
There are a couple of invulnerability frames you get there too. So it's very satisfying. So there should be some shieldy guys coming up soon.
I hope Command is watching.
Taunt me. I'm not using the Force because I like that they're actually allowing... Oops, I was paying attention. They actually allow, like, the severed limbs. That I like a lot. That's how a lightsaber ought to feel. Oh, they didn't drop any of the shieldy guys?
Not so fast, Senator. Hit it, BD.
So we have our EMP there. Yeah. As far as this goes, yeah, this is...
It's coming a little hot. Oh, really hot.
Real quick, I like Cal Kestis' character. He's not a perfect Jedi. He's technically never achieved more officially more than the rank of Padawan, but he's actually pretty powerful anyway.
These things happen. Gotta get to that.
But I do like his character. I like a lot of these characters. Now I will say there's an unfortunate reality. There's a book that was written to take place in between this one and the Fallen Order and this one, and I would argue that book is not very good. So if you're interested in the lore that is these characters, just play the games. The book's not good, but yeah, these guys are cool. Yeah, I do recommend. I recommend some of the. I would argue some of the extra the Star Wars shows are pretty good. Kenobi's pretty good. Ahsoka's okay. Andor is, I think, fantastic. Bad Batch is really good. Oh yeah, see right there, it just says milk.
We gotta go, BD.
We're gonna get shot off anyway. I'm pretty sure here, right? Yeah. Cal and Kylo Ren are the only two newer characters that I like in Star Wars. Again, Cassian Andor. If you watch Andor, I think you'll like him. There's in the first season, there's actually a character played by Andy Serkis, the guy that plays Schmeagol and Gollum, and that character's a pretty cool character that you hate. Obviously, K2SO is really fun, so it's like, eh. What do we got there, bud?
Can't open it. You don't have anything for it, do you?
I don't have any chests open, so you're gonna have to bear with me on that too. We got a patience emitter. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and push that open.
Gotta find that yacht before the Empire does.
Babu Frick is awesome. Yeah, he's a fun little character, and a lot of people really like Claude also from Episode 9, which was fun. There was there was a lot of, I think there was a lot of love for like the a lot of the like bit part aliens that people like the design of. Claude was one of them. Babu Frick was another one. Didn't mean to do that. That was not a perfect parry at all, so Jedi Knight is a lot easier, a lot more generous on that parry time than Jedi Masters. I'm intrigued to see how Andor TV. Oh, Andor's great, and I really like Season 1. Season 2 is pretty darn solid too. I think it's pretty good, so I would recommend that one. I do like Ahsoka too. Again, you get to see a live-action Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's really cool.
Whatever intel the senators.
Grand Admiral Thrawn is one of my favorite characters, and they kept the same author, so the Legends Thrawn was written by Timothy Zahn, and the new one is, and I argue that the new book is as good as the old one. It's very different, but it's super good. So that's... Oh, okay, so that says G and K, which is Gonk, and I was like, I don't understand what that is, but that right there, that little trash bin looking droid, that's called a Gonk droid. They're G-O-N-K, but G and K. That may be why they make a Gonk sound. That's the sound they make, so that's why you get it. And I like the idea of this, like right here, if you take a look, this is a TIE fighter window. This may actually be a TIE fighter, decommissioned TIE fighter, but this front part right here is easily just a TIE fighter window. So you can see a lot of the houses are like made of they're kind of an amalgam of just different various scrap parts that are kind of, which I wish we were so innovative with. Okay. Oops, I need to climb this. I was paying attention to something else. And Viddy's here. Oh my goodness, Viddy. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. You cannot resist the power of Dugadoo. That's fun. Oh, hi, Mark. I like that. That's a reference from... oh, I can't remember what the heck that movie is called. Gosh dang it. I know what it is. Oh, hi, Mark. He's always asking inappropriate questions, and they always throw a football around. I can't think of it, but I saw it a long time. I like the Ahsoka TV show. Was it the best? No. Did I like? It's good. It's really good. And I think I have my gripes. My gripes are basically the little gripes that I have about Sabine. I like her character. I don't like how quickly she was able to learn the lessons, basically. And I'm not going to give any more spoilers. I like Ahsoka. I like... I can't think of the actor's name right now, but I like her as Ahsoka. I think she does a great job. And there are a couple of episodes that they did in like Book of Boba Fett and the like that they tied in Ahsoka with it, where it was in Mandalorian, where it was like young Luke Skywalker and older Ahsoka, and I think that was Book of Boba Fett, and I love that episode. It is one of my favorite. I'm not an emotional individual, but that was as close as I had gotten for a television show or a movie having an emotional elicitation.
can rest there.
For anybody who doesn't know, this game is basically Star Wars Dark Souls. You have meditations, which basically take the meditation points, which basically take the place of bonfires. And the way it works is fairly simple. You can update your skills. I have 1 point. I'm not going to put any in lightsaber because my favorite style isn't here yet, so I'm not going to waste any time. Oh, really? All of the base skills are locked. Never mind. I'm going to put one in lightsaber, I guess. Lunging strike. You get one free respec, so I'll do that later. Yeah, see, all the stones are broken. I forgot. When you're on New Game Plus, you get all your stones are still there because you've already been through this, but we're going to let that be, I guess. And then you rest. If you rest, you get all of your... you get your stim packs back and all of your life, but all of the enemies from where you've gone have respawned, which I think is a good balance. So any enemies that I fought back there are back again. So can we slice that, Beatty? Alright, cool. And then, oh, we have a Force Echo. Force Echoes are basically just backstory.
I beg you. I fought in the war.
I doubt that. Now clear out. Senator's orders.
So,
That's it. Blast them.
through a rare ability known as psychometry, Cal can get these. Psychometry, the most famous Jedi to have psychometry besides Cal Kestis is, oh, shoot. Now I'm going through, Quinlan Voss, good lord. Quinlan Voss, who was in the Clone Wars, if you've read about it, he's the most popular Jedi to have had the ability of psychometry, which is rare. Let's see. Star Wars news, sort of my parents, the most casual Star Wars viewers ever want to watch Andor. Yay! But we need Disney Plus. Disney Plus is expensive now, and they've made it so you can't have multiple people outside of the household on it anymore, which is a bummer, so. I liked Ahsoka when she felt bad about not being a good enough teacher, and the robot druid that was saying something about it, where the teacher and the student need to connect. Yeah, Hu Yang he's awesome. I like him. The Room. Thank you, The Room. Yes, the doctor is Mark. Rosario Dawson. You got both of them. Yes, Rosario Dawson, who actually has a really cool connection with Hayden Christensen, so it was organic. She's actually a little older. I think she's a year older than him, but he's her teacher. I love it. And I may be watching episode 7 later today. I've been catching up on rediscovering Star Wars. That's very nice. Maggie's Cave, how are you doing? I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope you're doing well. And I hope it's been a good time. Not stress is the reason. Not stress is the reason that you've been busy, but hopefully good things, vacations and successes and promotions and graduations and whatever else might be coming in your life that was good. I hope so. Remember Knights of Ren? Oh, I know. I wish they would have done something with that. Well, I'm gonna turn the camera so we can actually watch him. That's a really cool little idle animation. Shows. Yeah, I've been doing very well. I appreciate it. It's so good to see or to hear from you again. But yeah, I hope everything has been going famously for you, and I hope that if you have, like most of us, have been more busy recently than less, I hope it's all due to successes and vertical mobility upwards. Health is all over the place, but I'm okay. I hope you're feeling a lot better, Viddy. I know we've been kind of talking loosely about that, but I hope that you are well recovered and quick. Then again, I only just got up and out of bed, so I guess I'm still waking up. Dang tug. Very busy, but great. Other than that, it's almost over. Well, do you mind and you don't have to share, but do you mind my asking what it's been that you've been busy with, or is it? You said it's good, so great. Other than that, are you traveling a bunch? Is it vacation stuff, academics? I hope nonetheless that all the busy has been in forward and upward mobility for you, a forward or upward mobility for you. There we go. But it's such a pleasure. I know, obviously I have no expectation of people dropping in all the time or even at all, but it is such a pleasure to hear you, to say hi again and to get to talk with you for a moment. So wonderful to have you. Okay, I'm just looking around. There are all kinds of little odds and ends that you can find, and I like to find all the little lightsaber parts because we're going to get to a bench at some point, a workbench, and I'm going to customize mine. You automatically get all of the crystal colors, which I think is good. There's a chest in here, I know that. Getting a tech certification thing and final checks are on Wednesday. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Congratulations on that, then. I know it'll all go well, but I will wish you the best of luck regardless. I know you don't necessarily need it. You have the skill, but congratulations. I guess then advance would be the appropriate lucks to offer, or fortunes to offer. Patience switch. All right, wonderful. I've been preparing for quite a while now, and I hope I'll be able to do it. Oh, I have no doubt. I have zero doubt. I'm wishing you good luck as formality as well as to be polite, but obviously at this point, it's more, I think, prudent that not necessarily more prudent, but more appropriate than that I wish you a preemptive congratulations. You'll knock it out. It's no issue. It'll be no issue at all. Somebody talked to me the other day about going, what am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry, I need to be I'm not paying attention. Somebody talked to me the other day about going back and pursuing my doctorate, and I thought it was one of those things where I guess you're never too old, but at the same time, I think it would be so much fun to be back in the academic environment again after such a long time.
Dog 27. They say he's a Jedi.
And I always have a great amount of, just such a great amount of respect for people who pursue additional academics in certification or in just furthering education in any. I mean, it can be a certification, it can be a certification, it could be a degree, a diploma. I don't know. I just such a great amount of respect for people who are willing to continue their education. So see, for example, when we're talking about nonsense here, he's going to scan that down there. This is just the letter B. That's literally all that is in Arabesh. I don't know if that's a part of a gang, but that's literally just the letter B. Well, let's go down here really quickly. You'll see a little bit of nonsense there. I'll make sure to update you. Please do. No, absolutely. Share that if you don't mind. Let me pause for a second. Please, if you have accomplishments, share them. If you want to share them in Discord, if you want to share them wherever. I love the opportunity to at least give you the forum to appropriately receive some congratulations. I think that's fantastic. So please do share your progress. I have no doubt it'll be positive, but I'd love to offer you a congratulations on the back end of it also, so to speak. Pursuing the doctorate of Dugadoo. No, I went to when I was going to college. This is a long time ago, but my fields of study were and my consequently my education, specifically in secondary, so in college, was molecular biology and psychology. I love the mind, and I would love to do. I wouldn't mind philosophy either. I've always thought it would be really fun on my as an epitaph. Because obviously there's not really any utility in it while you're alive. Nobody will recognize it until you're dead. That's the nature of utility, it seems, these days, is you don't know until somebody has stopped offering it whether it was worthwhile or not, which is fine. But I would love, at least posthumously, to be recognized as a polymath, and I will strive to become one as best as I possibly can. I don't think I'm anywhere near one now, but I still have life to live, so. If I should pursue more education, but I'm feeling more tired lately, so I'm just slowly reading philosophical fiction and nonfiction. Do what feels good. The pursuit of greater knowledge doesn't have to have a form factor, a specific form factor, so long as you're doing. Can I advise three? This is really a serious point to me. So can I advise three things in the pursuit of greater education? Three things. Number one, don't fall pressure to the stigma of believing that where you learn it is going to diminish what you've learned. Doesn't matter if it's a college or just a casual book or just a shower thought, I think they call them. Doesn't matter. Pursue it to its logical conclusion, and that is the nature of learning. The next thing is be willing to discuss things that you are interested in open forum, asensorious, or without censorship. Do it asensorially, I guess would be the appropriate word. And the last one is be willing to listen to opposing viewpoints and be willing to change your mind. Defend your point as stringently as you can, but be willing to change your mind based on better evidence in that regard. If you do those three things, I think that is the very basis of the pursuit of greater knowledge, greater education, and I think that you will have, certainly from me, you will have my utmost respect if you just dedicate yourself to those propositions. And I try to also, and I'm happy to be called out when I fail to do so, so please do understand that. Oh, do you think they actually expect the people playing this to be able to read the letters? No, I don't think they do, and it's silly. So that's what I was saying. My phone, my computer, all of my devices are in Arabesh because in my work, I work around a lot of people. If I get a text message from my wife, People try to be nosy and read, and so all of my stuff is in Arabic. They don't expect it. It's just fun to get to point it out. Obviously, I don't expect anybody to be able to read it, so I get to point it out. And if you think it's silly, then you realize the kind of silly person I am. That's really all that is. Thank you. Of course, no, I absolutely believe that the congratulations are. I should offer it preemptively because it is a guarantee, but I would love to be able to offer it to you after the accomplishment and the stress have all faded away, so that it can sink in totally. So yeah, absolutely. Well, hello there, Dr. House. Retro. Next chapter on Sophie's World is the title. Characters about to learn about Descartes. Oh, I love it. The room is retro, therefore, well, that's not quite Descartes, but it is Descartian in nature, right? Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. I think that is my favorite definition of existence. I argue that the Descartian. This is one of the things I had a debate with somebody on. Is I actually argue that the Descartian perspective of existence supersedes, in my opinion, the Aristotelian principles of existence. So that's a big deal because Aristotle is obviously
some kind of rare mineral. I guess.
Oh, I found pyrite. Cool.
Yeah.
I actually. What does this say? TNINBCCK. Okay, that doesn't say anything. I think Aristotle had a ton of great principles, but the laws of logic, for example, like I can't remember exactly what the law is called, but it was essentially the supposition that only you can be you and no one else can be you, but then there's no real definition or stringent definition given on what you is, except for the second person presumption and projection of observation based upon that person. And so it was like, I actually like Descartes. I like his presumption or his assumption or his projection rather more than I like the. I was paying attention. I think in Jedi Master there's a K unit up there. Yeah, I believe in Jedi Master that's a K unit, but in this case it wasn't. Thank goodness. But yeah, at any rate, I think that the Descartian principle, which is simple, which is just a simple quantification of, I believe I am an amalgam of things that I think, therefore my existence is complete, is the I guess amalgam of thought, mathematically or otherwise. But the fact that I'm capable of it, the way I understand it, is proof enough of my existence.
Still drifting.
I don't know if I'm sorry, I'm paying attention to 3 or 4 things. I apologize.
We'll get it.
You're the ultimate Star Wars nerd, I forget. Yeah, I definitely am. I don't know if I'm the ultimate nerd, like I think that there are people that actually vie for that, but I am certainly a nerd. If it's an undesirable, then that's probably the case, but I'm okay with it. I was referencing Descartes. Yeah. Philosophy, a Jedi thinks not about distracted a Jedi, maybe while battle. It happens. Yeah, definitely. Remember, the Jedi philosophy is based on, Buddha or Buddhist principles. So I don't agree with all of Buddha principles or Qigong principles or Taoist principles. I like Taoist principles. I think Taoist principles are some of my favorite. I think they would be the most kind of indifferent. And then the Sith are based on, again, Nietzsche. There we are. You have to hit the button right as the blaster bolt hits the blade in order to get a perfect deflection like that. So, but the window, again, I'm playing on Jedi Knight. I've passed this on Jedi Master. It's so much fun, but it is so hard. So I just don't want to drain. So what does he say? Energy cells, and then this is through here. C. Okay. I'm just going to Tashi Station to pick up some power converters. I don't know where Tashi Station is. It's not here. Nerd has been... I don't... No, it does. I wouldn't have taken offense either which way. I certainly am a nerd, so... I'll hop off for now, but I'll be around more later. Yeah, no worries. Hey, again, congratulations, best of luck, and I'd love to hear whenever you inevitably succeed. I'd love to hear about it so I can formally congratulate you. Post it. Glad to have been here after so long. Hey, you're always welcome. I mean, there's never any pressure. You're always welcome, though, and it was a pleasure to get to see and speak with you again. So thank you. It's a super fun game. Yeah. Hopefully you get a chance to see some of it, but again, if not, either which way, it was just a pleasure to have you here now. So, we'll go ahead and switch over to double-bladed. Alright. So in Jedi Master, there are actually a couple of guys with flamethrowers. Or New Game Plus, at least. I don't know if it's Jedi Master exclusively. New Game Plus off of Jedi Master. There are two or three guys with flamethrowers here. I remember that. So I'm glad knowing on Jedi Knight this is not as bad. Okay, my health bar is really low, or really small, but that's okay. Yeah, this is a really good game. Star Wars games recently have been, I think they've been pretty solid. Okay, this guy's gonna have a chain gun. Yep. And the double-bladed saber is perfect for that. I forgot my stamina bar is also not very high, but it luckily missed me with that last shot, so. Yeah, I think Star Wars has done a pretty good job with the games recently. I mean, there are a couple of like Star Wars Battlefront 2, which of course has been out since what, 2018 or whatever. That was a little bit of a rough run because that was the one that had issues with people saying it was promoting gambling. Outlaws had a bit of a rough run with the very initial launch, but it's been I've honestly enjoyed the heck out of it recently. So there are little gripes here and there, but I'm having fun with the game. Like I don't like the fact that she can just randomly with her hand knock out helmeted characters. That's kind of silly. But again, change it to the butt of her gun. Sure.
What took you so long?
Oh, you know, just hanging out, taking in the sights. Been a while since I was on Coruscant. Thanks, bud.
What's this about Battlefront 3? I don't know why it's trending. I don't know. I didn't know that it was trending. I hope that they're intending to make one. I wish they would make one in the style of the old Battlefronts, but we'll see what happens.
Might be over real quick.
Why make it easy for him? Where's the crew?
Heading to the yacht. We'll meet him there. Oh, and Bravo said no comms.
No
Okay.
bombs it is. Bravo knows best.
All right, so as you were able to see, the police department that escorted me in there were actually a part of my team. That includes the Nogri that just hit me like crazy in the stomach because it was all for the appearances, I guess. I love these shortcuts you can unlock too. So that's where we were. See the meditation point way the heck down there. We no longer have to climb that whole way around that we did now. We can just take this rope. Which is something they did in the first one, which I thought was a pretty good idea. So,
You don't want that.
yeah, I do hope that they make a Battlefront 3. I don't know that they are going to. I haven't heard anything about it, but I mean, it'd be really cool if they do. And honestly, even the new Battlefront 2, once we got past the gambling thing, honestly, it's really fun. It is still really fun. It's just that they were... I need to get this out of the way first. It's just that they were basically gambling where you would have to pay money to guarantee something, or you could run the risk of getting a ridiculous amount of points in-game and then never getting the thing you wanted. Darth Vader was like 100,000 points or some ridiculous. Then again, I play games so little lately, I probably wouldn't even play it if it came out soon, though hopefully Mario Kart 8 is this weekend or following weekend, depending on your time zone. Oh, very cool. Also, between you and me, that Mario Kart 8 stream is going to be nothing but... Okay. I don't know what that is apart from you having brought it in. But it's funny sounding and I like it a lot because of that.
That jetpack's handy.
Boop.
Remind me to tell you how I got it sometime.
What does this say? Coruscant Banking Guild. Okay, so that's a bank. That just says soda. You can see, so just side note, it says soda. I see that as clearly now in Arbish, because I've been doing Arbish for years. Now, a couple of years now, at least. But the O is just an O. It's just a weirder shaped O. But the rest of that, I mean, now if I say, I'm curious. Now that I've said that that's what that says is soda, do you see it? Or does it still look just as wonky as it did in the first place? I missed.
My master. Every time I fell, he got me back on my feet.
That time he wasn't here, I just fell. What does that say? Oh, it's an energy drink. I can't read the bottom of that, though. It's too light for my eyes. I can't see. Nutritional drinks. Okay, that's what it says. Energy nutritional drinks. Okay. So basically Red Bull.
Stormtrooper patrol.
Recently, a Doctor Who episode heavily referencing Eurovision came up with a simple, catchy song called the Dugadoo. People, including myself, am intending to make it a meme. The meme possibly on the level of the Rickroll. That would be impressive, because that's a huge thing. Oh, that's funny. 24/7 stream. Okay, so he's going to look down here, but we're not meant to go that way. We're going to go up here.
Impressive.
Who needs a jetpack?
See if we can create. So we got our buddy Bode here. The jetpack, and I've got... You can actually find full lightsabers, but in most of these you're just going to find like emitters and colors and stuff. Of course I'm paint. Okay, I might use that. We'll see. The cool thing that they did on this, which we will see, is they did additional lightsaber stances, and they call them stances. They're different additional lightsaber. What does this say? So like, yeah, so a lot of this is just like that says SPS ROCP. Oh wait, no, that could be a K, I can't tell. SPS, that says rock, because I think that's a part of the C. It's a very poorly drawn C. And then POOSE, Poos Nu? Susrock Poos Nu, okay, well, I don't know what that means.
See that cable? On it, Kestis.
I need a nutritional drink for waking up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's an actual nutritional drink, like Red Bull and these other energy drinks are not actually nutritional, or not actually nutritionally relevant. So, that's a different language. I don't know that language. I don't read that language. Maybe eventually I will. I don't know if it's fully realized. Arabesh is fully realized. The Sith language is fully realized. But I don't know if some of these other ones are. See, like right there, that just says clear. So like these are fully realized languages. It's not a little Rhodian. That's an adorable. Oh, that's cute. That's a little Rhodian tag. That's really adorable. Well, I had water. Well, water is definitely nutritionally relevant.
Bucket heads below.
A couple of hydrogen molecules.
Go through them.
Oxygen molecule.
Kestis.
You don't know that language? Some Star Wars... I don't know if that's... they used to have a Jedi language. They used to have a language called Jedi, which was like a series of bubbles and such like that. But that language is firstly old, and it's no longer no longer shown in canon. So the one I just showed you is something... Okay, well, he died. I didn't mean to do it that way, but okay. Cool.
Good work, Cal.
That worked out very well. Let's move that thing around here real quick. I think it translates to... unlikely. This game was in 23.
On your signal.
Hold RB and then press X to ask him to... So I can do this. And then... Okay, that's fine. There we go.
Let's finish this for real.
Just come over here. It's fine. I got it. Are they just both going to beat up on him, I guess? Okay, here I go.
Okay. You can fight.
Yeah, you too.
I don't speak binary, but I hear you, BD. Team effort.
Yeah, I like that too.
Let's try up that way.
That's the other thing too, is it's like I don't speak binary, so a lot of that's the language when you hear R2 or whatever. If you actually look in the cockpit then of like episode 1 or episode 5 when R2's talking to Anakin or to Luke and he's saying we're going here, you can actually read it because it's translated to them. And so basically the way that this language works in Star Wars is this is the written English language. The spoken English language is called Galactic Basic, and then when you write it down, the spoken English language is Galactic Basic. When you write it down, it's called Arabesh, after the first 2 letters of the alphabet. So like ours are alphabet because of the letters alpha, beta. Theirs are Arabesh because of the first 2 letters Arik and Besh, right? And so that's basically how that works in the same way ours does. There are other languages written, other languages spoken. One of the cool things though is Arabesh is the most written language. And because of that, different languages that are spoken might be able to translate via written. Not all the way. Huttese has its own written language, for example. So when on Tatooine, you'll have the Huttese language will be written and let me meditate. Will be both written and spoken differently than Arabesh and such. So I don't have any points. I'm just going to rest and get my stuff back. Let's see.
Yeah.
What if Doctor Who overall takes place a long time ago in a galaxy? That would be interesting. It'd be really interesting. I don't know if Time Lords... That's an interesting concept, though, because Time Lords versus Sith Lords that's not as cut and dry as I would hope that someone would think it to be. I think a lot of people go, oh, it's a Time Lords, clearly, but like Sith Lords, especially with like not Resistance, Star Wars Rebel canon, Sith Lords are pretty powerful. The world between worlds and time jumping and all this other type of stuff that happens, really, really powerful. Speaking of that line, my mother wondered how if people understand R2-D2. The answer is yes. People can understand R2. Specifically, Anakin was really good at this because the beeps and the boops are supposed to, in worlds, be a language called binary. And the tone and the number of beeps and boops made translate into the binary language, which basically have a very simplified affirmative or denial kind of style language. So how the beeps are made, when the beeps are made, ups and down tone all relate to it. So it'd be kind of like if high beep, then 1, if low beep, then 0. How many came in sequence, that's the sentence. So now I have to translate 10100 and then I know that whole thing means I think that was a good idea. In the case of the ships, young Anakin and Luke Skywalker, when he's going to Dagobah, the beeps and boops are automatically translated through the ship onto a little circular hub, which translates it into Arabesh. So you can actually pause it, and you can actually see the Arabesh. And there are digraphs on the Arabesh. So all of this is one letter, but digraphs are still, they're 2-letter sounds basically. But if you pause it in episodes 1 and 5, you'll see that. So yes, they can't understand it. That's how they understand it. Either they speak or understand they don't speak it, but they understand binary, or the binary is automatically translated by the ship into Arabesh, which everybody reads. So yes. And I sort of quoted a dialogue between R2 and C-3PO to clarify that, which is one more popular for understanding languages, Star Trek with Klingon, or Star Wars. I think, so spoken, the answer is easily Star Trek. Klingon is a fully realized language. You can learn it on like Duolingo. Written, I think that Star Wars written languages are more fully realized. There are at least 3 or 4 languages written that I can tell you. There are at least 3 or 4 fully realized written languages, including Huttese, Ancient Sith, and Arabesh. So, yeah. So that's off. This is off-world investments, by the way. It's a pretty colored sign. Boop. Where are we going? Oh, down here. And then this again just says drinks, so we're probably going in here.
Let's avoid that patrol.
Agreed.
Let's hop into the cantina here then. Yeah, so Klingon is definitely the most popular of the spoken languages, though. Again, it's fully realized. Most people don't...
Moving to engage.
Come on. Most people don't understand or speak Huttese, and there's not a fully comprehensive way to speak Huttese. I gotta listen for a second. He's gonna fly close to me to blow up. Self-destruct. We just need to be out of the way. He's stuck. Okay. But there is, Huttese. Geonosian is another good example. There are a couple of, I think, videos on YouTube trying to break down how to speak Geonosian, which is the...
Same here.
That's the language of the Geonosians on episode 2, for example. So Poggle the Lesser. Okay, see, they'll fly close to you when they're trying to self-destruct, and they'll blow up. I'm sorry. Retro's more busy translating the game than actually playing it. No, it doesn't take long to translate. You're not wrong. It doesn't take me long to translate it because again, my text messages are all in Arabesh. Everything on my phone, everything on my computer that can be changed, the language can be changed, is in Arabesh. So I actually read Arabesh as easily as I read English in most instances, but I was enjoying the color of the sign. The little pinks and purples are really pleasant to my eye. What do I have? You know they put that in there just... Cameron, I think it's Monaghan is the guy's name that plays Cal Kestis. He always complained about ponchos. That actually says ponchos up there. And he always asked... Survivor, he would ask, like, where are the ponchos? Because they didn't have him wearing them. So I love that they actually put that up there that just says ponchos. That's funny. Ponchos are remarkably versatile pieces of clothing, though, to be fair. Like, living in a desert, I do like my ponchos. Okay, we're just gonna kill everybody real quick. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, he had two? Is that a probe up? No. Okay, there we go. That was cool. This is a nice looking game too. It is. This is a pretty game. It ray tracing, 4K, and I am. By the way, I hope it's working. I hope it's coming through really well. I should be streaming this game in full 4K. So if you have a 4K capable monitor, which I believe most cell phones now do, you should be able to watch this in full 4K. I don't think that you're... Yeah, I mean, you don't know that you're going to be able to appreciate 4K on a tiny monitor, because 4K is a... There's some more prior, right?
I get half, right?
I mean, if you can find a place that'll buy it, I think only I know it. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, the 4K monitors, generally 4K being a high resolution for a larger screen because you have more pixels per square inch, I guess, but... In the cell phone's case, it might afford you sharper contrast, sharper colors. I love the look at that air speeder too. Look how isn't that cool? Look at that air speeder. I can't wait until we actually have air speeders and they look like that. Looks like the best part of the 1950s vehicle culture mixed in with science fiction. It's so cool. And the color, I like the color too, actually. I'm not a big fan of yellow, but I actually don't mind the orange blue contrast there. Okay, so we have a dead end. Where am I going? Let me pay attention. I'm pretty sure I cannot watch 4K without my internet connection sweating. What's your internet connection look? I'm just curious. What does your internet connection look like? Okay, so I know I have the crate over there. I have this. Where? Let's look at the map. Okay. So that's where I've come from. Okay, I think maybe we just weren't meant to go all the way over here. Because there's a place that leads off to the Mantis a little bit like where we came from, right? Yeah, that looks like that leads to the Mantis. So I think we just... Did we really... We may have rerouted all the way over here just for that chest. So let's go back. I may do a connection chest and report back. Do you know what your... Well, I didn't know if you knew what you were... Like, what you were paying for. What the proposed speed was. There we are. Come on, probe droid. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the actual speed is, but I didn't know if your proposed... Oh, he got caught in the bar. He glitched out, and that's great. I didn't know if you knew what your proposed speed was supposed to be. That was what I was curious as to. I know, like, for my proposed speed is... Like, my proposed speed that I'm supposed to be getting is, I think, 2 by 2 gigs. 2 gigs by 2 gigs. Okay, didn't throw it far enough. 51.4 megabit upload by 18.4 upload. Sorry, 51.4 down by 18.4 up. Okay, I mean, you should be able to do... 4K would require an average steady of 20 down. You're not actually uploading, so there's no need for the upload speed to be anything. So, so yeah, I mean, if so long you would be able to use 20 megabit. You don't have to, obviously, but I'm streaming in 4K, 2K, whatever you want to. 4K is generally 20 Mbps down. That's the average.
Take something you love and make it something you can't stand the sight of anymore.
Because I think 1080p is only like 8. 4 to 8. No, I'm sorry, it's like 4 to 8, depending on how it works. And I think that there's some technology caution work zones on. I like work zone. I know that they do it in orange because blue is so much more pleasing to the eye.
working with Saw Gerrera?
Not long. A few jobs here and there.
I could tell you impressed him.
If you've been playing, if you've been watching Star Wars, you know Saw Gerrera is the character that we actually met him in the first. We actually met him in the first game in Fallen Order, but he's also in Andor. He's also in Rogue One. He's basically he's a terrorist, a rebel terrorist played by Forrest Whitaker. Really cool character. He's also in the Clone Wars. We get to see him as a young boy or young teenager. I mean, he's basically a rebel. A lot of people look at this and think, well, it's the Empire are the bad guys strictly, and the rebels are the good guys, and to some extent that's probably true. But if you take a look at the way that it happened, technically the Empire thing happened completely legally. It happened because of popular vote, because of democracy being honored. It happened organically. So, for example, Admiral Wolf Yularen, who was a big part of the anti-separatist movement during the... was a big part of the anti-separatist movement, basically, the Republic movement, actually became the head of the ISB, which is the Imperial Security Bureau. And it was just a change of jobs, basically, for a lot of people. So the rebellion, in a lot of regards, is basically a terrorist organization. Now, that having been said, I think it's because that the Empire is overly oppressive, and I think that that over-oppression obviously leads to being rebellious and in a political way. I'm just talking about the technicalities.
Clear.
Okay, I need to figure out... I think one of these ways probably has a secret, so let me go down real quick. The connection test would have made more sense to do on on the 21st. Well, usually if you run like an Ookla benchmark, it'll give you a fairly accurate, because it's going to route itself through the fastest server. So it's going to give you your highest potential. You also may have a bottleneck depending on like your modem and such. Yeah, here we go. Here's an echo. I don't use a modem.
I've given you everything I have.
We're here to protect you. I'm sure that's worth a few more credits.
So, like you can see in these instances, that being a terrorist against the Imperials would be reasonable, because that was extortion, right? Wasn't basically, it was unabashedly extortion. So, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not completely as black and white anymore as it used to be. It was completely legal the way that it was done. It was manipulative, but it was done legally. I think part of the scary part of that is realizing that the rebellion is somewhat necessary, despite it being technically legal and done the right way, or as right as you possibly can for an empire. I think there's an argument to be made that that kind of shows that even some things that are done legally can be dangerous and warrant fighting against. And I think we're kind of living in times where that hopefully isn't as relevant as I think it might be. But may become... Oh, and there's a KX unit. Uh-oh. Ow.
Been looking forward to this tidbit.
Oh, what, he dove past Bode to hit me? Let's get the slow motion, because I don't think he can block while I'm in hyper focus, basically. Son of a gun. I need a stem. I didn't lock onto him, and that was my fault. Didn't know he did 3. Okay, I'm not going to reprogram him because I don't think he can come with it. You can technically, during the final hits, you can technically get BD to reprogram him. Can I not go in here? I guess not. Another Jedi's treasure. Oh wait, that featured a crab. Never mind. Coruscant Banking Guild. Okay, don't need a bank. We're good. Is that Priorite? What is this? Nah, this is grappling hook. I know this.
What's he got?
Ascension cable. Workers use them for construction now.
Can you repair it?
Cable's a bit frayed. Not in bad shape. Should be a quick patch job.
So I heard you fought the Empire on Kashyyyk.
Yeah.
Hijacked a walk
That's a cool. I didn't realize that. That's kind of cool. He's
prison camp single-handed.
Bode is cleaning the carbon out of his jets on the jetpack. Really nice.
And some friends.
Well, I'm banking on.
What about you, new guy?
Nice.
You in this for the credits?
Credits never hurt. But I have a daughter. Kata. I don't get to see her
Aw.
as I'd like, but at least I can provide for her.
Must be hard, being away from her. Is her mother?
She's gone. The Empire took her from us.
Sorry,
Yeah, I like Bode.
taking a lot of people.
More every day.
So we actually have they're not that little and that efficient, sadly, but we do actually have jetpacks. I actually did see
You've been through a lot.
that our military, the American military, Navy is using jetpacks to get from. They don't work the same as this one, right? So they actually have like thrusters on the hand and such, but they're actually using jetpacks that are to get them from one ship to the other over water. So we actually have jetpacks, if you can believe that, which is such a cool thing that I would not have expected to hear about 30 years ago, but here we are.
Good, I got a feeling you're gonna.
Okay. They made this really smooth, too, for the Ascension cable. Let's go ahead and make some changes here.
Terminal to rotate the billboard.
Yeah, I already got it.
Back to the bridge.
Hope the crew's doing all right. If Gabs gets bored, she might slice into Imperial comms for fun.
She that good?
Too good. Syndicate trained, but got on the wrong side of her employers. Bravo used to fly for the Republic.
Ex-military. That explains a lot. I can start working with Coop and Liz.
Cantina on Norset. Bounty hunter got the drop on me. Twins threw him down a mine shaft. Friends ever since.
Nice. So I'm listening again to the backstory. There's another thing you're going to see happen sometimes, and it might be the death of me a couple of times. Not actually the death of me, most likely, but it might be a reason that I lose life, and that is that you'll see the edges of the screen turn black. There's a maximum fall limit, which is kind of a shame for Cal. And that maximum fall limit will is basically stackable, as sad as that sounds. So, like, you'll see me even double jump, and sometimes that just happens to, you know, you end up getting a bad round of things. All right, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and rest, and then let's get skills. And do I have enough to increase my health? Let's go to survival. Do I have enough to go ahead and increase my? Yeah, let's use that one, because that's one I'll keep. Even on a respec, I'll keep that one. Cool. So my health bar should be pretty. Yeah, that's quite a bit bigger. Thank goodness. Okay, good.
Back on the move. Solid crew, Kestis. Hope I'm pulling my weight.
You got us to the senator.
Boop.
Sounds like he wants to double my cut. That right, BD?
I know it's a trend in Star Wars to have these little characters that are on the side, like R2-D2, like BD-1, like Nyx, the little axolotl alien that we get from Outlaws. I think it's cute. I don't have any problem with that being a trope. I don't care if everybody has one. It's just I'm fine with it.
No job ever goes according to plan, does it?
Okay, what do we got?
Fun with that. How's the new guy doing?
Bit of a talker, but good in a fight.
That's okay.
Take it.
Gab sliced the yacht. Senator can't call for help, but he's locked in pretty tight.
You trying knocking?
You also notice one of the things, Bode's a big, like, Cal, I don't know how tall, I think Cameron Monaghan's like 5'10" or something like that. So Bode's got to be a pretty good sized guy, because I'm sure that this is mostly to scale. R2-D2 is one of my fave Star Wars characters. R2-D2 is great. And you have to consider, R2-D2 is one of the most integral characters in a lot of it. He slices the...
Not mine to get.
He's the one that fixes the ship in episode 1. He's the one that slices the necessary terminal in episode 4. He's the one that stops the garbage compact. He's the one that opens the elevator in episode 2. I mean, in episode 3. I'm trying to think of what he does in episode 2 that's really a big deal. I can't think of anything majorly, but... oh, yeah, he stops the... Hold on, I gotta stop this because this is the case. So R2-D2 is one of the most integral parts. Episode 1, he fixes the ship that would have been broken. Every other droid fails. Episode 2, he stops the machines from killing Anakin and Padme on the Geonosian factory. Even though he does accidentally dump them in the middle of the Geonosians, he does stop the machines from killing them. Episode 3, he gets the elevators up and running and gets them working in the correct direction to get them to rescue Palpatine. Sheev is his first name. Episode 4, he stops the trash compactor from grinding them. Episode 5, he is able to close the door and prevent further stormtroopers on Bespin. Episode 6, he's the reason that they are able to get into the major fight on the skiffs that they do out in the Dune Sea. So R2-D2 is one of the most integral characters, inarguably one of the more effective heroes.
My lovely assistant.
I'll grab our transport. Be back before you know it.
Let's do this.
All right. Look at little Beatty, though. Isn't he adorable? Look at him. I'm going to give him a paint job when we get to a workbench.
Get Cal across that gap.
Okay, I'm going to come up here real quick. I don't think there's anything I can do.
You got a jetpack. Use it.
Copy that.
Choose a hacker for the Syndicate. I'm not sure which Syndicate. I'm assuming the Pike Syndicate? Which is basically, there are a lot of, especially Outlaws does a good job of highlighting, there are a lot of different syndicates, like criminal organizations. The Pike Syndicate is usually the only one that goes by the Syndicate, though. You also have the Crimson Dawn, which were run by Darth Maul. The Hutts, which are obviously probably the most infamous of all of them. The Ashaka clan, which we now know of, or the Ashiga clan, not Ashaka, Ashiga clan, which is something introduced in Outlaws, really. You also have the Exchange, which is probably not the most infamous, but is actually probably one of the most dangerous, and the Black Sun, which I think got absorbed into the Crimson Dawn eventually, but if I'm not mistaken, it happens in Clone Wars. But either way, there's a lot of really...
Yeah, Gabs gave me the heads up.
A lot of good clans, a lot of good syndicates, though. Black Sun is run by, or was before, I think it was absorbed into Crimson Dawn. I believe Black Sun was run by the Yuzon Vong, or some Yuzon Vong. Let's get that out of the way.
First beam's down, Gabs.
More survival in case of a oh, okay, never mind. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse, man. Wait, you thought I was gonna talk about Star Wars crime stuff?
Hold on. There's a factory vent that'll cook medium rare. All clear, Cal. Long way to drop.
It's probably still really hot metal. I hope I'm wearing gloves.
Clarita, saved your ass. You owe me a ship.
Alright, fair enough. I can't give you this one, though, because this is not mine to give.
For the record,
this is Grease. This belongs to Grease. Well, this doesn't. This is the... This isn't our ship. This is the yacht, right?
I'm on, Gabs.
Yeah, this has got to be the yacht because... This has got to be the yacht because this has got a whole bunch of, like, landing pad on it. If we've been parking Grease's ship that badly, we're in trouble. Yeah, this is the yacht. Should Star Wars do a Godfather or some other crime story crossover? I don't think they should crossover with the real life, but there are some influences in some of the syndicates that kind of have the Godfather. They kind of have the Godfather reference, which I think is cool. Okay, before that happens, I'm going to come over here real quick and take a peek at some other stuff. I don't want to run the risk of... We're not ready. BD's over here on my back. I can't dodge through that yet, can I? Can I dodge through that yet? Nope. We'll get the ability to do that. Nope. I'm holding on to him. Leave him alone. I'm busy doing stuff. Looking for treasure. Okay, fine. All right, fine. I don't see any treasure immediately. Hold on. Let me go up these stairs one more time. Even a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, they had a yacht. Yeah, well, it's just the name for... you'll see in a second. Okay, so this is all just where we were. I just wanted to see if there was any sort of like prior right or anything that happened to appear. So this is basically what they call... What does that say? Did we break this? Are we the one that did that? It's Undercity Eats, I guess is what that was supposed to be. That's supposed to be a C. But I can see... C is basically... the letter C is 3 vertical lines in diagonal fashion, so I can see where the 3 lines fell. So Undercity Eats. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this big thing right here is a yacht.
Introduce ourselves to the senator.
Very nice, too. If you take a look at the interior, like, I love this. I love Star Wars decor. It's very ergonomic in a lot of regards, very comfortable, and very space conscious in a lot of cases. And I even kind of like, I know this is going to sound unpopular, I actually kind of like the little bins, because I have wires, we have wires all over the place now. I actually kind of like the idea of it being normal to have little efficient lock bins stacked out. I have a couple myself, and I think it's a really neat thing to have. And you'll see that in a lot of like homes and Tatooine and stuff. I was like, yeah, that's a really good idea to be okay with having these out in the open. Not everything having to be behind a door or whatever. So we won't see it in the yacht though. This is... Yeah, see, look how nice this is. Like, this is his office. Here we have a little bar area.
Give us your terminal passcode.
Little sink area.
They'll execute me.
And then behind one of these doors is feasibly a toilet, which they call a refresher in this world. And in Outlaws, you actually get to see refreshers or toilets, but in this one, I don't think you do.
Should I start with first? Didn't you call me sharp-tongued? This one is blunt. Well, it will have to do.
So that's just further establishing that the senator is a terrible person or a terrible Powan. So we're gonna play with his head.
Change his mind. You will give me access to your terminal.
I can't.
You will be rewarded.
Lock it and you'll be rewarded.
I'll be rewarded. I will unlock the terminal.
We'll play on his weak mind and greed. I don't know. I like Star Wars style a lot. I think the way that the houses and the yachts and the offices look are really sharp. The chairs. I even like, honestly, he's a Powan, but I like the clothes that he's wearing. I mean, imagine if our senators and people had these cool, more regal looking. I mean, obviously they'd spend ridiculous amounts of money, and that's something they're already really good at doing in a really poor way, so probably don't need that. But imagine if that was just kind of a neat little... I don't know, I like it.
Fighting.
Well, on one of your Outlaw streams, you opened the toilet door without knocking. Retro, we don't forget that. Well, of course not. It was my ship. I knew nobody was in there, because the only other person that's on the ship is a K unit.
Do you think I wanted Utapau to join the Empire?
He can't use the toilet.
I've been to Utapau, Senator. They spit your name out like a curse.
At least they are alive. Why fight when you can't win? Surrender tastes bitter at first, Cal.
It also tastes terrible after the fact. Like, it's not a good flavor.
And we'll cut a deal.
No, Senator. Someday when your children see this, they'll know the Jedi never stopped fighting for them.
Disappointingly naive.
Hey, the twins are getting that ravenous look. Let's wrap it up before we have another Karita incident on our hands.
I do like Cal Kestis.
He's coming for us.
You'll see. I'm not going to spoil anything, but you'll see why later in this game I really like him, and I'll explain in detail when we get there. But we're a ways from that now. I also like I didn't notice this on the Hermit though. On the back there, if you see that. So this is based off of Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is based off Obi-Wan Kenobi. In the back though, if you take a peek, you can actually see these little. These are Republic signs, Jedi Republic signs right there, Old Republic signs specifically. Those are pauldrons. Obi-Wan Kenobi actually had shoulder armor during the Clone Wars. And so here we go. What do you want to scan, BD? That right there? You want to scan that? Okay, go ahead and scan it. We got some little remnants and artifacts of it. That looks like a... We got some skulls of what looked to actually be sentient beings too. That second one, that very first one there on the middle row is that is definitely a Mon Cala skull, and Mon Cala are intelligent species. They live on Mon Calamari along with another species called Quarren. If you take a look at that little species, I mean, like some of these look like they might actually have been sentient. So to have a Mon Cala skull is kind of barbaric. Admiral Akbar is a Mon Cala, by the way, if you're curious. He's probably the most popular example, although there are several examples since.
You've got a date with Saw Gerrera.
He'll kill me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Depends on whether you cooperate.
So here we have our Nogri friends.
Surprise, right? Cooperation.
Koob. And Liz. I like them. They're really cool. Rook is not as big as the other Nogri in this new version. In the old version, he was a big guy like these guys are, but in the new one, he's kind of a smaller, skinnier, faster, like more cunning, which is really cool.
Find you sooner or later, Jedi.
Oh, I don't really care.
Let me go, or your friends will.
I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Bode.
We got a plan for the senator?
Still thinking it through.
We could always ask Koob and Liz to see whether the senator can fly.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Here's Bravo.
We get what we need?
Yeah.
Bravo's awesome, ex-military.
First, we gotta get this intel topside.
And then we got our syndicate hacker here, and she's also awesome, Gab. Or Gabs.
The good life. Mind if I take his yacht?
This thing's too slow for you.
It'll be my weekend ship. Me and the family.
What family?
Fine. You're no fun.
It'll be my weekend ship. Man, what else do you have?
For a quick tour of Sejan's terminal, I could see if the senator's got anything else we could use.
Dirt.
By we, you mean dirt you can sell to make some credits?
You can fight the good fight and still get yours along the way, Cal.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't have any objection.
Fine. But lunch is on you, and the twins are starving.
I wouldn't actually have any objection at all to her hacking into that terminal and figuring out what else is there. She's the only other one, besides him, she's the only other one that has a lot more to say, so I'm going to hear what all she has to say real quick.
Ever been in a senator's ship before? Blew one up once. Good times.
See, look, you've got this beautiful, like, red carpeting, and then this is the cockpit, right? So this is where the pilot would be. There's autopilot, obviously. And then you also have this little area right here where you can sit down, have your drinks, while watching the galaxy. I mean, like, how, like, I hope when we eventually get to this stage, I hope we decide to take some of the design from, or get permission to take some of the design from the people that inspired or designed the Star Wars stuff. It's just beautiful. And the color scheme's very complimentary, the reds on the metals. Because you're naturally going to have a lot of metals.
We should always target the Empire.
Yeah. Feels good to make a difference.
No, they're loaded. Filthy rich.
Well, they do control all of the galaxy's wealth. Almost all of the galaxy's wealth. This is early. This is only 10 years in or something. So we got caught. That's not good.
What took you so long? While you've been chasing shadows, I have been stopped!
And there's a red lightsaber, just like everybody deserves when they are traitorous.
You have been caught harboring a traitor.
The Ninth Sister hates us because we fought and beat her in the first game. And if you take a look, you'll notice she's got a couple of robotic parts to her. That was our doing. Traitors to the duck. Could be. Oh, there's one of the twins just got thrown like a rag doll. And then Gabs helped me. And it was a lethal shot. That looks a little high to be a completely lethal shot. By the way, side note, blaster bolts are made of plasma. They are around because they are cheaper, but real guns, which I believe are known as, they're like slug throwers or something like that. But, hold on one sec. We'll let this happen. It's apparently more expensive in this galaxy. It's more expensive for them to make metal bullets than it is for them to just make things that can plasma charge. And a lot of people would look at that and go, that's silly. That kind of tracks when you consider that that high efficiency, high heat plasma can literally be made by microwaving grapes. So if you want to make little plasma in your own house, you can literally just take some grapes, put them on a plate, microwave them, you'll get plasma. So think about that concept taken to its illogical conclusion. In this world, guns that fire metal bullets are actually more expensive than just a little cartridge that can almost, infinitely superheat a plasma bolt that ejects out. As a result, the other thing is the metal bullets are more dangerous against Jedi, and it's why Mandalorians have been known to use them. They'll make their own or whatever, but because you can't block them with a lightsaber, they'll segment. So if you block a metal bolt with a lightsaber, it'll turn into 2 metal bolts that'll still hit you. So they're expensive and they're difficult to make in that world, but they can't be blocked by a lightsaber. They can be cut up by a lightsaber. They can't be blocked. Man, grapes are that important. They are. I wish I could eat them, but I can't. They hurt my stomach a lot.
Born later. Gotta keep moving.
Okay. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of one of the things that people it's expensive for them to make those bullets, and you have to think about it. Part of that reason is because the metals that they use are supposed to be better metals than the ones we use. They use ones called like Durasteel and transparent. Like even their glass is called transparasteel, so it's a form of steel that literally is just translucent, which I find really interesting, by the way. So we can. I love grapes. Yeah. Would you like some toast? Oh, within the case, Retro, would you? I wouldn't mind some toast or some cheesy bagels. I am actually quite hungry. I have not eaten anything. I usually don't eat but once, maybe twice a day, but most of the time just once, and I am hungry. I love that Ash just goes, I love grapes. I wish I could have them, but I can't. They kill my stomach, a single one. I have like a dog stomach where anything that would probably hurt a dog's stomach is going to not do well on mine. Save for dark chocolate, which I can actually have and does no damage at all to me. But we have some lemonade. Why not give it a try? Well, I could be persuaded to try it. Okay, I got to figure out. There's another wall jump area over there, and then there's this. Said I love grapes, and then Vinny proceeded to ask me if I have any grapes. Why would he do this, knowing I have them? Why take them away from me? That sounds so sad. Why do this? You were the chosen one. You were supposed to be my friend. Okay, where does this lead? Okay, this leads to something that feels... Gosh dang it. Okay, I know what this is, and this is definitely where I want to be. How did he... That wasn't fair. I dodged and it let him get me anyway. Yeah, I'm not gonna put up with that mess. Okay, so this is gonna give me an extra stim. I can only carry 2. This will let me carry 3. And by the end of the game, I should be able to carry like 6 or 7.
Stim canister. That'll prove useful.
Heck yeah. So now you can see I'm carrying. It's down the bottom left there, but you can see I can now carry 3. These are super handy because even if you can't increase your maximum health, you can always change it. So now I can actually, I'm going to go ahead and just rest and then respawn that K unit because I keep the stim anyway, and I'm not going to go back up there and let him get me, so whatever. See? Look at that. Star Wars episode something, the battle for the group. I was referring to the duck song with its like, got any grapes? The fun fact about grapes, they were invented by a Russian wine dancing expert, Vladimir Grapes-Kinsky. Good lord. The Empire refused to give any grapes, so we shall fight them. Honestly, a lot of the fruits and stuff that you find in Star Wars are actually parallel to ours. They're more commonly going to find things like passion fruits and dragon fruits, which is weird because those aren't uncommon in our world. They're just uncommon in a lot of our areas. In my geography, most specifically. Make it up. You have to, for these guys, they shoot faster than the others, so you have to listen. Okay, fine. You have to listen for when they shoot to hit the button at the right time for the perfect parry. But like, yeah, you don't like. You think about it. In Anakin, in episode 2, you see Anakin and Padme eating what I would consider to be a remarkably modest dinner, by the way, of a single pear, basically.
Come on. Come back later.
Even though while they were on the transport, they had soups, which I also think are an underrated food because I can't eat a lot of soups, and I like soup. I also like meat. Uh-oh, Dark Trooper. Purge Trooper, specifically.
You won't delay your destruction.
Okay, so I can actually play dirty, and I'm going to. Because his block bar doesn't matter when I am in slow-mo. On those red moves, if they're charging up, you can also hit them right in the middle. Because they're in the middle of an attack, they are under no circumstances blocking.
Not today.
Whatever's back there, I don't want to know. It's not a Rancor, that's too small. Could be a Tarentatech, though, and those things suck. Tarentatech kind of went extinct in the... Uh-oh. Tarentatech kind of went extinct in the... let me do this. Kind of went extinct in the Old Republic. Tarentatech were actually like small Rancor. They were a lot faster. They were just as ferocious, spiked, well armored. But the big problem is they were one of the few animals that have a natural resistance to the Force. Kind of like the Issa Lamiri, except for way more dangerous. If you're curious as to what an Issa Lamiri is, that's an animal that has the highest natural Force resistance. So it's legitimately an animal that can negate your ability to use the Force if you are in close proximity of it. If it's basically, if the Force is in all living things, this is the block. This little creature is the block for that. It's in all living things, but it's in the antithesis of yours. It's really cool. Superb. I didn't know why they had Max Stimson's Another Craft's Treasure. Yeah, it could be. I mean, you know, like, I mean, your conflations are amazing with these two games. What does that say? Storage zone. Okay, that's fine. Is there anything else? What is this? Where are we? Oh, we're in Undercity Meats. That makes sense. Okay, so let's light this up a little bit. The lightsaber, underrated flashlight lightsabers.
We'll find them.
Be ready.
Okay. To temporarily confuse an enemy into fighting their allies. Let's do that then. That's awesome.
I'm your ally.
We'll let the two scout troopers fight. Should have stayed on my side. Scout troopers are really good at three things. Well, not really good, but they're known to do three things majorly. One is to use those batons. Two is to ride swoop bikes, particularly in difficult terrain. And three, which is their most effective and definitely where they're the most dangerous, they are great snipers. Those helmets actually have really good viewfinder. A flashlight that can also kill. That's exactly what it is, but it's a really good flashlight. But it is it's absolutely deadly. You have to think about it. 10 years ago, Hacksmith invented a real-life lightsaber. You can now buy them consumer-wise. They're not perfect one-to-one replicas of lightsabers, but they are absolutely the closest thing so far we've gotten to. Arguably, with more research and development, they will actually create... Let's do this. They will actually be able to invent a full-on lightsaber, which I think would be really cool. And you could say, well, don't we have enough weapons? And I would say, we're always going to keep making weapons. Might as well have fun. Might as well have cool ones, right? Gosh dang it. Here, let's do this. I forgot. I didn't mean to throw it straight forward. Son of a gun. Is that going to kill me? No, I've got some life. Come on. Okay, we'll let that happen. There we go. Again, you have to hit the block right before the bolt hits you, or otherwise that's when your parry isn't perfect anymore. So let's go a way they're not expecting me first. Maybe they are expecting me. I don't know. We'll do it anyway, though. Okay, I can't do anything with those. Let's go over here. Cool. I see a Force Echo. What if... Wait.
They're after you.
Keep your position.
Okay. That's what I wanted to happen. Cool. Oh, I thought that was a Force Echo. It wasn't. Dang it. Okay, well, that's fine. Is there one over here? These lights confuse me sometimes. I think they're Force Echoes, but they're just lights. Alright, let's see. Let's slice these terminals. Yeah, I love Star Wars. I don't know if you can tell. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are too. I know I'm being a nerd about it. But for over 30 years, I've just been a huge, huge Star Wars fan to the point of where... Oh, wait, something was down there. To the point of where a lot of... there's a lot of ridiculous, like I know it like I would know history, like I do know history, except for it never actually happened. But it's a lot of fun, so I'm having a blast. I hope you guys are tolerant of my just complete nerdiness and nerding out over this, but I'm having a lot of fun with it, so thank you so much for being here. Hey, who turned off the lights? Who turned out the lights? That would be, that's also something to be said, certainly in the, what is it, the,
Let's go.
Chaos Theory, you're going to hear that a lot, so it's interesting you said that. Jedi Master, you don't get your stims back, by the way, when you meditate. I don't believe you get your stims back. I could be wrong. You don't get your life back, but you get your stims back or something like that. Well, you don't get one of those things back. You either don't recharge your health or you don't recharge your stims. I don't remember which, but something doesn't recharge and it sucks. So it's really nice to have it. I'm not sure. I can see that you like Star Wars. Oh yeah, absolutely, I love Star Wars. My wedding ring that I'm wearing. So I have a couple of different. We're very a-traditional, my wife and I, when it comes to wedding rings. I just wear a ring on my third finger, but I change them out based on whatever feels comfortable. And I have one wedding band that actually has the Code of the Sith in Arabesh, with our anniversary date and our names inside the ring, and then the Code of the Sith on the outside. Right now, I'm wearing the Sith Jedi hybrid logo wedding ring that I have, which is to promote balance, which is one of the concepts that I very highly agree with Star Wars on, is the balance between the positive and the negative. A lot of people, like I said before, say, "Oh, be God dang probe droid."
They want me. They've got me.
But anyway, but one of the, like, it was like, a lot of people talk about, oh, don't be angry, don't be, all these other emotions. And it's like, yeah, no, be those things. Just use them for gain and for benefit. Don't use them to hurt people. Well, you gave me that book. I will listen to it after episode 9, which I'm dreading to watch, but I'll keep an open mind. Yeah, that's fair. Episode 9's not great. There are a couple of really cool moments in episode 9. I'll tell you that. Like, I do like the overpowered Palpatine scenes. That's one of my favorite, but yeah, it's I hope you do. I hope you enjoy the book. I've been reading the sequel to that book again, and it's awesome. I love it. Didn't even see it in the cinema. I saw all of them in the cinema, even if they weren't very good.
Look too soon. I'll take the Inquisitor. Keep that other gunship off my back. On it.
Okay, here we go.
We gotta take her out.
I love that. That is super cool. I think the goal is going to be, I think we'll end the stream when we get on Kobo after I've done some customizations to my lightsaber and the like. Once I've been able to do all that, I think that'll be where we call it stop. So we've still got some game to go. Not a whole ton, but we've got some. Okay, so there we have the double-bladed Inquisitor lightsaber. Building a lightsaber is usually something that's supposed to be really special and important to a Jedi and to a Sith, but because the Inquisitorius were not intended to be actual Sith Jedi apprentices, they were just basically scavenged Force users from previous Sith, from previous Jedi thises and that's. They were all given very cookie cutter, highly functional, but very cookie cutter lightsabers, which had the dual spinning blades on them to help kind of maximize their success against the remaining skilled Jedi. But you're in the Sith. Within the Sith, you're only allowed to have two: a master and an apprentice. It's called the Rule of Two. It was established by Darth Bane based off of his interpretations of the teachings of Darth Revan, my favorite character, and basically. You don't want anything that isn't a part of those two, the master and the apprentice, you don't want them becoming involved with the Force and things that deepen their understanding or connection to it, including the unique building of a lightsaber. So all of the crystals are just bled red crystals. All of the sabers are just cookie cutter sabers. And lightsabers don't have to be recharged, but every 50 to 100 years, basically. They don't have to, basically, you just swap the power cell out. But they last for 50 to 100 years, meaning Yoda would have had to have swapped his out anywhere between 9 and 18 times. He's probably the only one to ever have to do that. Most beings in the galaxy only have to swap theirs out once, if even. Because the power cores are remarkably powerful. So these manufactured ones were also.
Oh, I like to play with my food.
Gosh dang it, didn't mean to do that. Okay. There we go, that's what I wanted.
Not this time. I'll send you
So Ninth Sister is physically imposing. She's not a very skilled
impressive
fighter.
But you're hurting bad inside, Kestis. I can sense it. All the guilt you're feeling for those fools you led to their deaths makes you so predictable.
What are you talking about? She's gonna start dodging everything I do, so it's not really, like right there, it's her sensing my moves, so she'll dodge everything.
Not quick enough.
See?
No, I've been dreaming of this.
Let me scoot back.
Quit running, Kestis.
And I got her. I'm gonna take a... Oh, dang it. Take a stem really quickly. You think you're not predictable also? Oop, I couldn't do anything about that. So you do this and she dodges everything. I'm going to take a stem. And you want her to not turn red like that. You want her to attack at you without it, because after enough of those, like, you back yourself into a wall, doesn't matter if you know what I'm going to do or not. Gosh dang it. Luckily, that's not her most destructive move. The stab move is. The red stab move is. That one's also really not good, but I didn't get hit by it. I got hit by all those, though. Okay, that didn't count because I did the thing at the right time. Okay. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go. See if I can back her into a corner. There we go. Double blade versus double blade. They're talking about this. Isn't it obvious? I mean, could be. Okay, so that this is kind of cool. That move right there is considered very unsportsmanlike. It is actually a part of a fighting form called Trikata. Trikata is the Sith and the Jedi both forbade it. And the reason that is because the Sith considered it to be a weakness to depend on that, and the Jedi considered it unsportsmanlike to depend on deception. So Trikata has a couple of moves. One of them is to separate your saber in the middle of the fight and use the two separate sabers. Another one is to turn your lightsaber off and then to turn it back on. So like you turn it off so that their lightsaber follows beyond it, and then you turn yours back on. And then the other one is called flashing strike, which is basically to turn your lightsaber off in the middle of the strike, to miss their lightsaber and then turn it right back on at the exact right time. That was nerding out over Jedi. Yeah, I thought that was cool. It's called Trikata. It's a forbidden form for both Jedi and Sith. And you'd say, well, if that would win you a lot of fights, why wouldn't you do it? The answer is because the Jedi and the Sith that knew that you could fight unsportsmen like that, if they depended on Trikata, there were people that were really good saber masters. Good example of this would be Palpatine or Dooku. If you relied on the deception of Trikata, but you went up against one of those guys, you were guaranteed to die. They knew how to get around you. Dooku was a master of Form 2 Makashi, which is one of the best saber to saber against Trikata. And then Palpatine's a master of all 7 forms, but he favored one called Juyo, which is the 7th form. So what Cal just did there is a form of Trikata. It's considered incredibly unsportsmanlike. It was considered a very bad thing to do from both Jedi and Sith perspectives. Oh, I didn't know that went out that far. Ah, dang it.
I don't think so.
Dual stance hold to automatically parry. Oh, that's fine.
My turn. I'll crush you once and for all.
That didn't do anything. Okay, that's what I was needing to do. I just didn't do it right. So I called her by her actual name because they take your name away too. You're just a sister or a brother with a number.
Before you betrayed our order.
She was a knight? Well, she turned easy then. Most of the Inquisitorius were either very complicated.
Sana tide.
They were either really complicated knights who had opinions like Dooku, or they were Padawans who were easily swayed. Most often the latter.
It's time to set you free.
Okay. We had the opportunity to set her free in a better way, but we took one of her arms, one of her legs, now we took her head. Yeah, but the Jedi fighting tactics, it's such a cool thing because a lot of those fighting stances are actually fully real. So there are seven, I'm going to say this, there are seven major stances when it comes to, okay, let me change this really quickly. So let's make this double-bladed. And let's make this dual wield. there are a lot of the stances and the fighting tactics are actually fully realized in a lot of ways. So you all 7 forms plus all of their variant forms. So you have Shicho, Makashi, Surisu, Ataru, Gemso, Neemon, and Juyo. Those are the forms. There we go. I couldn't think of all of them. And each of them represent a different advantage, disadvantage. She chose the basics, so everybody kind of knows that one. And then you have Makashi, which is basically saber to saber. Obiani was their forms were Gemso and Surisu respectively, which were basically decent with saber to saber combat, were better with multiple opponents and blaster deflection. Juyo, which was Darth Maul, was really good at just being heavily aggressive, saber to saber. So it's like all that kind of stuff. And then you have the other pieces of it. You have Dune Mach, which is when you taunt your opponent verbally. You have Trakata, which is when you kind of cheat and turn your lightsaber on and off and in the middle of the fight. And you have Vaapad, which is a variation of Juyo, which is only Mace Windu's really used this style, but it was a style where you balance the light and the dark. Juyo requires you to turn yourself over entirely to your anger and your aggression. Vaapad says use it, don't deny it, but don't allow yourself to be pushed by it. Allow yourself to push that. And it was just, so a lot of they've actually fully realized, in 20 years, they've actually kind of really done a great job of fleshing out the fighting styles and the reasonings behind them. And there are several really good books about a lot of that. Specifically, if you want to jump into the basics of it, obviously playing KOTOR 1, KOTOR 2, more specifically, actually, KOTOR 2. Caution, do not land. Okay. Playing KOTOR 2 is a great introduction. There's also a Jedi manual that you can purchase at a bookstore for like $20, and it actually goes into the details on that. Plus, there are several videos about it, analyzed. I mean, there is just a ton. There's a ton of good stuff. Okay, so let's see. I got this fire spouting out here. Let's slice that, see if we can turn off that vent. Okay. Okay, yeah, I do have it. I have it changed. Let's keep double. But yeah, there's a lot of detail, a lot of cool detail. I just wanted to pop in and say hi, enjoy your stream. Yeah, it was good to get to talk with you earlier, Fighting Max, and thank you for popping in and saying hi. I hope you had a lot of fun with your Minecraft, and if you're still playing, you continue to. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun, or at least I'm having a lot of fun. I hope everybody else is. I'm enjoying this. This is a lot of fun for me. So. I got a skill point, so we're going to go and hopefully upgrade my health again. That's improved stem formula or focused sights. That's going to give me additional automatic melee, avoidance, and then stem formula, and then that's where the improved... So that's where my maximum life is increased. This is where stem gives me more. Let's save up that point so I can get a longer life bar, because I think 3 will do me okay for right now. Three regular stems doing regular... Oh, wait. I still need to rest and get my life back, my health and stuff back, though. That was dumb. Sorry about that. Yeah, now I have 3 stems and my life bars back. Okay. Yeah, I want a longer life bar first. The stems can already kind of refill a little bit. Before I do my 3rd health bar upgrade, I'll do some stem upgrades, but... I think I want to save that point for one more. We'll get a lot of points on Kobo. We're going to go priorite hunting for a little bit. We're not going to do that today, but we'll do it. There's a gonk droid, yay! So you can see the gonk droid I was talking about earlier today. This is an elevator. That's kind of the little 4 lines or whatever. That's kind of become a universal sign for elevators in Star Wars, which I like. That's also the same way in...
If the others made it out, they'll meet us at the hangar. If not...
they didn't make it out. The only one that made it out was... I think we only saw one guy make it out. It was us and Boat, I think. Okay. That was dumb. Come on. Oh, sorry. I wasn't paying attention. You deserved a better fight than I gave you. Yeah, you deserve a better fight than I gave you. I'm sorry about that. That would have been a better fight, but... They don't do very much damage, so... Oh, there I am already on there. What does that say? Is there a photo mode on here? It's not a photo mode. It doesn't matter. I don't need it. Wanted... Cal Kestis. I can't read what it says because I am too far away. maybe I can read it from here. I'll see. Can I read it from here? No, not really. Not any better. Oh, hey! There's a Nautilin woman wanted also, it looks like. Yep, there she is. I can't quite read the... Is it... God, is there a... Hold on. Is there like a photo mode of some sort? Quality... Highest resolution, targeting, that's performance. Yeah, I don't care, that's fine. Emotion blow... Okay, so that's fine. Extras. Is it there? Nope. Okay. Fine. Cal wanted for doing... I doubt that very highly. He's got all these other things. Yeah, that's there's a Nautilin woman who's also wanted. So it's me and this Nautilin woman with the Cad Bane style hat. All right, I know we'll meet her too, and I know she has an Australian-esque accent. So Vidi, you might be able to tell me if you think it's genuine or not, because I wouldn't know. I like that the Purge Troopers kind of spoil for this type of fight. That's kind of a cool piece. One of my favorite double-bladed moves. There we are. Good fight. All right, what did you find? Yeah, I don't know if she's genuinely Australian. She sounds like she's meant to be Australian in terms of the accent. She's a Nautilin. Nautilins have all kinds of different accents. Most popular Nautilin you'll probably know of is Kit Fisto. Doesn't really say anything in the movies, but Kit Fisto does say things in the Clone Wars, and he has a kind of light, I think general kind of slight Jamaican tinge. So Nautilins do have a whole bunch of different accents, just like
fingers closed.
We all do. How did the lightsaber not cut the rope or something? It's just the game. There's no headcanon reason for it. It's just the game. I mean, we could make a headcanon reason if we really wanted to. We could say it was made out of Beskar. It was a Beskar weave rope, because technically a lightsaber wouldn't cut directly through it. Or we could argue that it was Cortosis weave, which is would more likely have deactivated the lightsaber, but doesn't always.
Looks like another show.
But it's just the game. There are reasons. Aussie accents are surprisingly not your forte. Oh, interesting. That's all right. I mean, either way, you would be more. Your ear would be better at recognizing genuine versus false than mine would. You don't hear a lot of Australian accents here in America, and it's very difficult to hear what an American accent sounds like, honestly. Oh, Bravo made it? Okay, Bravo made it.
Thanks to this crazy son of a Gundark.
You're hurt. I'll manage. What happened to the Inquisitor? Dead.
Good.
Gabs. And the twins. I should have. They knew what they signed up for. We need to get topside.
The 70 Australian slang, etc. was kind of strange. The Puberty Blues show I watched. Australian slang is a whole different beast, in my opinion.
Yeah. BD, call the ships.
I mean, we don't. You guys have words that we don't even use, like bogan.
The valet service I was hoping for.
Not something you'll hear used over here.
Right.
Mole and stuff were used. Apparently, Dob with 70 Australians that school kids in the 90s said a lot.
See you in the mix, Grandpa.
All right, let's see what we got here. Look at this, again, beautiful. These reflecting kind of marble-esque. Okay, so we've got looks like a power core thing for that door, which is missing the focusing element. Okay.
Moving into position. I've got you covered.
Let's do this.
Okay, here we go. This is where the fun begins. To quote Anakin, Hager 2046C. Oh, we got our other skill point already? Heck yeah, that was quick. I didn't even do anything. Maybe I got it from maybe I got it from the Purge Trooper fight. That was actually a pretty good fight, so. Alright, maximum life increased. Cool. It's gonna give me a bigger life bar. And then you have, like, these are gonna be force related, and then that one's only 2? I might actually wait and do that one too. And then I can do my stem ones next, because that's easy. So my life bar is already gonna be bigger. See, look at that. That's already looking pretty nice. Okay, we didn't meditate and save our game, did we? Though you have to rest at the meditation point for it to count. Yeah, I was gonna say, in terms of like American slang, there isn't any what I would consider to be anything really unique, and what I hear that is considered to be unique, I hate. Like, a lot of it is like what are phrases, like there's a phrase right now called she ate or we ate. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea at all what that means, and I don't care. I don't like it. Star Wars slang. Speaking of slang, Star Wars slang's fun, though not particularly useful. And there are names for other things that they have in it too. So, for example, coffee in Star Wars is just called calf, which is not hard. It's not a hard translation. So, it means caffeine. So it's like, eh. So fun to kind of bring the language is sometimes too overcomplicated language, you know. I think there's a difference between being granularly articulate and complicated. Like, obviously, if you're someone who speaks English, arguably it is one of the most concise languages out there, and that's probably why it's so complicated. So, for example, in Japanese, you might use, or in a lot of other languages, you might use fewer words to describe it, and you don't have a great amount of, you know. Bantha fodder is not really slang. It's just, it kind of is. It's just the general, like, for food. And bantha are not particularly harmful animals. They're big, kind of gentle giants, and so it's kind of like you're fodder for an animal that's not even aggressive, kind of thing. Slang, like, a lot of them say dank ferric, which is kind of a general curse, which, you know, Sith spit is one that used to be in the old. Rodder was one. Now, of course, they're just using actual swear words, which is fine too. Son of a cath hound in most cases. I think we can figure out what that is, obviously. So there's a lot of those types of things. It's a lot of adaptation. You know, get you some calf means get you some coffee, which I actually quite like. I actually quite like the way that rolls off of, you know, grab some calf sounds. Like, that sounds like something that actually shortens without losing any of the meaning. Which has to be kind of the objective. Has to be kind of the objective. Oh, god dang this Purge Trooper. Okay. I am busy. That's kind of, I think my main critique about slang is that a lot of times you lose the meaning. Bye. A lot of times you lose the meaning, I think. And, yeah, referring to Hannes Bantha said he would be. Sebulba called Anakin something in episode 1. He also said the same thing. He calls him, it's Pudu, which is basically the same thing, but in Hattis. But it's like that's my main critique, is you lose the meaning of what you're trying to say in a lot of the slang. Grab calf is easy. Grab some calf sounds like it's very similar in that, you know, I'm gonna grab coffee, or I'm gonna grab caffeine or caffeinated beverage or whatever. That makes sense. You don't really lose a lot. You're shortening the word a little bit, which is but it's like, okay, I get it. When you say something like she ate, and that means I don't know what. I really don't. I guess it means she did well. It's like, that doesn't mean anything to me. She ate, he ate, whatever, we ate. It's like, okay, so you did something that you have to do in order to survive? Doesn't make it sound all that impressive anymore now, does it? That's the stuff I hate. You lose the meaning. No. You you lose the meaning of the actual language when you start to overslang it, so to speak. That's what I mean. It's like if you decide you're going to be you're going to use too much slang. It's like when you use that, it's like cap. I've used that before. Cap means like 7 things now. And it's like, okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, this is the Mantis. This is a weird paint job for the Mantis. I don't think I chose this. It's not bad. It's just not my favorite. I'll take a look and see what I've got. I think I've got better paint jobs available for the Mantis, so we'll see. All right, are we getting on, guys? Do I need to talk with you first? Let's talk with you. I just wanted to inspect see if there was any prior right.
Z95.
You're so burnt out. Burnt out on what?
That one's all yours, Bode. Had a hunch this might be a hot exit. See you both in the air.
Ready?
This has been a great first date and all, but I still haven't gotten paid.
You just...
Peter Beacon?
You burnt out on Star Wars, or just in general? Just tired?
Come and find me. We'll settle.
Or on video games, or...
Sure, I can trust you.
You saw the intel. A lot more work to be done.
Looks like I made the cut, huh, BD?
Apart from burnout, yeah. I'm wondering what you might have, or what you were burnt out though. Are you all right? It might be Star Wars, because I've just been inundating with information. So my apologies if that's the case. I enjoy it a lot though. I can sit here and talk about it for a long time, and it becomes no less interesting to me in hour 4 as it does.
How we looking, BD?
It becomes no less interesting to me in hour 4 than it does in hour 1 than it was in hour 1.
I'll have to wait until we get someplace safe.
Mainly hobbies. But you can't make them. I mean, I don't necessarily know if you are or aren't, but you can't make the hobbies something that you feel like you have to do, right? If you feel like that you have to do it for any reason, whatever the pressure might be, then it's not a hobby anymore. It's a chore.
No traffic. Looks like this portal's under maintenance.
As soon as we breach the surface, jump to light speed.
Gotta take the risk. We've already overstayed our welcome.
Well, of course you want to enjoy your hobbies as much as possible, but at the same time, if you feel like you're getting burnt out on them, then that would mean, wouldn't that generally entail that you might be doing too much of them? Or feeling obligated to do them too much?
We got company.
I could be wrong. I may be misinterpreting that entirely. That's just my very basic understanding.
On my mark, hit the brakes. We'll drop behind him.
Copy that, Bravo.
I remember before video games and movies helped me with other issues. Now they don't. Well, question, and you don't have to answer it. Escapism is only a tool in the tool belt, but it isn't the fix. It isn't the repair. Do you feel like that using that for an escape for an escape has been your only form of appropriate catharsis? Do you feel like that there are other tools in your tool belt that you may not have used that you perhaps should have been using from the beginning, in addition to these forms of escapism? Because the thing about it is, for most people, this isn't relevant to me, but for most people, when people do something for any amount of time, they lose the... It's like a drug. When you do something at the first time, it's exciting, but eating your favorite meal every day means that it may no longer be your favorite meal, and after a while, it may even be your least favorite meal. So there is a balancing act of making sure that there are other less favorable meals in the in-between so that your favorite meal retains its spot, or at least has the greatest potential to. I remember, let's see, I do sometimes wonder if games, movies have done that for me as well. Well, again, my question would equally extend to you, but I feel like trying to do more balance in life. Balance is a hard thing to achieve, but it's something I think we should always strive for. Didn't mean to shoot back on the stream with a downer, by the way. That's fine. You're here to talk candidly. You're not, I mean, we're not all here. I talk about negative or toxic positivity. Like, I think it's a bad thing not to be candid in the environments you're given the opportunity to be candid in, so that's fine. Like, I mean, balance in life. I can do games, movies, etc. Sometimes I really enjoy it, but other priorities don't. That's fine. Act on what you believe you need to act upon. Don't act upon what you believe other people believe you need to act upon. So for example, if you feel like that people think that movies, people say that movies will help me with this. What does your mind say? Does your mind say that there's something that is cathartic or not? Or I wouldn't say my only one, but definitely the main one. Yeah, sure. Well, that's the thing. Then there's an entire other tool belt out there that maybe you need to explore, or I don't know, but maybe that's a big deal. Maybe you want to explore that tool belt a little bit more deeply. I think in the last few days I've balanced between different hobbies, so it's not just escapism or the main activity. That's good. There are little things, and let's tie into Star Wars for just as fun of it, because I do. But like I do meditate. I do my meditations. I do a lot of writing. I do a lot of reading. I shuffle cards and do my card cheating stuff. I play video games. Sometimes I watch movies. Sometimes I watch movies. I play video games a lot, but sometimes I watch movies. But the beauty of it is I don't feel like any of them are my go-to. Like if I feel stressed out, I don't feel like any of them are my immediate go-to. I don't feel obligated to go to one over the other. I don't feel obligated to use this or that, to play this or that, to watch this or that. Even with all the new games coming out, I don't feel obligated to play them as they come out. Like there's no obligation. Everything that is a hobby for me is a hobby. It is there to be used whenever I want to use it. It's not going to detract from, for example, if I'm stressed or upset at work, it's not going to detract from that necessarily, but it might help me to escape. And so I just kind of let myself feel what feels the best, what feels like the most fun. Oh, I think today I want to talk about Star Wars. Okay, well, that'll help me get away for a couple of minutes, or a couple hours. Which is probably what prompted me to schedule the Mario Kart stream soon, because of the balancing acts of the last few days. Fair enough. I definitely lost myself, so to speak. Weird lately, man. Well, I think you're still, you have to think about it. I don't necessarily know. I think a lot of people in how do I want to say this? I think a lot of people in their 30s, I feel like that they think that they're supposed to have it all figured out by that time. And I feel like that your brain doesn't even stop developing until you're 26. Your sense of identity isn't even remotely cemented until you're 26 or so years old, as far as brain patterns, as far as what's studyable and observable in that. I think it's very important to allow yourself the freedom of saying, I don't necessarily know who I am, and I'm willing to continue to discover that, and not hold the expectation of having already determined that at this point. Just because you're in your 30s, 30s is still not old, right? So just because you're in your 30s doesn't mean you should have that all figured out or know who you are or any of that. Like, give yourself the credit of not pressuring yourself, but experiencing. And let's going back to Star Wars one more time. This is where I think that Taoist philosophy is. So this is my understanding. Taoist philosophy, right? Qui-Gon is the embodiment of it, but it comes from a Chinese principle called Qigong, or Qigong, which is spelled that way, which I'm sure is where the name came from. But it's a principle in Taoism which basically is, like I said, it equates to go with the flow. That's what Qui-Gon does, right? He's not sitting there saying, I need to make this plan, I need to do this, I need to counteract this. He's not thinking actively about it. He's saying things like, we're not in trouble yet. Another solution will present itself. Everything that he says is basically, something's going to come, we'll be fine, we'll just take that ride. It's never about making your way out of it. It's about opening yourself to any possibility that then allows you to take advantage of it. And it's in some instances, like for example, in my workflow where I think that there's a lot of active harm being done, I actively fight against it with a plan. But in the rest of my life, as far as the go with the flow, the Qigong or Qigong mentality, which is again a Taoistic principle, I absolutely espouse that view and have for a long time. It's just something will pop up. It'll be good. Hope you find yourself. If I lost myself in somewhat of figurative edge. Okay, see. I do feel that way, but yeah, sure. I'm not me. It's so weird. Appreciate it too. But who is you? That's the other question. Like, who are you? Like, when I said who is you, I didn't mean that as an inappropriate grammar. I mean the singular that is you. Who is that individual? Right? What are things that you could categorically state objectively and unwaveringly you. Every 7 years, your taste buds change. The things that you enjoy may also. You are an evolving series of ideas, of arguments, of concepts, of physicality that are never going to be static. There may be things that reliably stick with you from a point of a debate perspective or a belief perspective, but I don't understand why everyone's always, and I'm not saying you are guilty of this, but I think it's a harmful thing that people have put, is that everybody believes, and this is the kind of Aristotelian principle again, too, which I disagree with, where I kind of go into more of the Descartesian, is that a lot of people believe that you are this static being of you. But you aren't. You are an amalgam of experiences that you have already had, are having now, and have yet to have, which you don't know what that will be at the end of it all. So allow yourself to be more than just this box. Allow yourself to be the fluid that is poured into different containers taking different shapes. Bruce Lee kind of gave something very similar to that when he talked about fighting, but it's also applicable when you're talking about your mind, because you can't know who you are, because there are experiences in the future that will temper and change you that you don't even know what they are, and you can't prepare. He didn't know he wanted to be an actor until fairly late in life. Yeah, fairly late in life. Alan Rickman, yeah. Sometimes I remember in terms of being lost at the moment and not knowing myself and what I want to do. Just as Retro said, another solution will... yeah. I've never been as lost as I am now. I feel like an autopilot zombie. Well, that's fair. Sometimes one has to go out of their comfort zone, actually do something, a bit like what I did in Introductory. Yeah, that's true. So I didn't necessarily know about the taste buds. The more you know, good. You know what I mean, though? Evening About Me seems to have vanished, or is vanishing. Man, I didn't mean to change. No, you're fine. It's good to talk about these things. You're fine. Oh, everything. Okay. Everything seems to vanish. But let's see. I guess some people change static life, reliable routine job. If that job is good, no unpredictable factors in life. But of course, life's not necessarily that way. Big fan. Yeah, absolutely. Me too. Bruce Lee was a wise young man. He was cocky, but he was a wise young man, and he was strong. So, vaguely philosophical. This is all vaguely philosophical. Yeah. The thing that I'm encouraging is. You're saying that there are elements of you that have vanished or are vanishing, but then the question is, what new elements are coming in that you might recognize? Because again, I'm not the me that I was last year, but I'm also not the me I was 10 years ago, and the me that was me last year and the me that was me this year are also not the same as the me that was me 10 years ago, even though they are two different me's also. The me that exists in the next 5 seconds is probably somewhat different than the me that existed 10 seconds prior. Because this me has said something and experienced something and thought about something that the me 5 seconds ago didn't. As you can tell by my pic, which I love the fact that you have the Jackie Chan Stuntmaster picture as your pick. But anyway, that's the thing is we have to be willing to understand that the concept of you is a fluid concept, right? Whether you want to talk about gender fluid and all this, that doesn't matter. We're just going to take all of those away. We're going to take all of those away for just a minute. The you that is you, if you pulled bullet points out, 5 or 10, and said, these are things that are undeniably me, then what are the 5 new elements that you say are you now that were not, 5 seconds ago or 10 seconds or 10 years ago? They're mostly negative. Well, maybe, but are they truly negative, or are they perceptually negative? Again, we also have to understand, like, if I find myself not enjoying video games, let's give an example. I find myself not enjoying video games and I decide to dive into it. And after really deep dive into it, I just find out I don't enjoy video games anymore. But I find myself being a cynic, and I'm more cynical than I ever have been. That may seem like a negative exchange, but in truth, it isn't a negative exchange. It's an evolution. I find out that games just don't work for me anymore. Do I wish they do? Is there a nostalgic element? Yeah, there is, and there always will be, but maybe games just don't work for me anymore. Maybe it's being cynical. Then I have to look at that and go, well, being cynical seems like a negative thing. And then I realize, but cynicism is something that is healthy to keep me alive. How can I then use that as a form of escapism, or as a form of combat to this erosion of will? A few weeks ago, that person that I wasn't talking to is, that's true though. Know thyself, Being the one is like being in love. No one else can tell you. You know it, bones to bones. Yeah, that's actually quite wise information too, or oracle information, right? Again, I'm not saying we have to be the one or be in love. It's just something about ourselves we can only really know about ourselves. It is. It's not something I can define for you, you can define for you. Again, we can talk about the sciences behind a lot of this, but the reality is that the you that is you, which is the thought you, the Descartesian you, right, is an ever-changing thing. And to lose certain aspects that you would have originally, that you loved, is sadly a part of that. The death of things that we love is the nature of experiencing life. It's the sad part of it, but it also teaches us much. I lost the closest thing I had to a father figure back in 2006. And that was hard, and it was negative insofar as that I lost someone who taught me much. But I also had the positive experience of having gotten to know them and having learned from them and now being able to apply posthumously the principles that they've taught me. And so even though that was a negative, a huge negative, there are also positive derivatives of it that are shaping or have shaped elements of who I am. Well, they have a very negative impact on my life. And maybe it's just because you haven't currently found out how to appropriately weaponize them against the things that you legitimately dislike. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know the specifics, of course. And something can be almost, yeah, if you're referring to games, Ash, they feel, yeah. I keep thinking I don't enjoy video games anymore, then I'll play a specific one and then love them as much as I ever have. Maybe it's the mindset that you've adopted. Maybe it's the you that you were still exists, and the you that you are is fighting against it. And maybe it is that the you that you believe you are, not that you are, but the you that you believe you are is willing to fight against the you that you actually are, which is similar to the you that you were. I know that sounds confusing, but let me break it down. Maybe the you that you are is still the you that you were when it comes to enjoying video games. And maybe the you that you think you are is the cynical ball of criticisms that you keep hurling out to other people because they don't enjoy it, or they're being, which I agree with those criticisms, by the way. Because, the gaming industry is greedy and things are being made too expensive and it's anti-consumer. And maybe the you that you think you are is letting that all get in the way instead of just saying, look, I don't care how many games are coming out. They're always going to be there or they're not. I'm just going to play the ones I enjoy. I don't feel like I have to play it. It just sounds fun. I want to throw in Astrobot. Today sounds like a fun time to throw in Astrobot. Let's do that. Today sounds like man, Star Wars sounds so cool. You don't feel obligated to pass anything. You don't feel obligated to get to any specific point. It's just a matter of what feels good then and then in the moment. No one cares about everybody else's opinions out there. Anti-consumerism, anti-ownership, none of that. That's a different problem. Right now, the problem I have is, can I play this game? Do I want to play this game? Sure. I don't know. I mean, again, I'm easily oversimplifying it, but it's the only way I can communicate it. Though completing another Crabbish Treasure and practicing Mario Kart 80 has got me back into games a bit, but only a bit. I like playing games more. That's fine. There's no obligation. That's the beautiful thing, Viddy. There's no obligation for you to play on anyone's schedule but yours. Apart from the responsibilities that you have to fulfill as an adult, you only need to play in accordance with yours. If I feel like you're not and I'm not going to say this because I'm going to say it, but I don't mean it. I feel like you're not a true gamer, because that doesn't matter. My opinion means zero. If you're happiest playing it that way, that's what matters. Which doesn't help for longer games like RPGs. Looking at you, Expedition 33, which looks too appealing. It's a really cool game. I've gotten to take a look at it a little bit. I want a physical copy of it, but it's really cool. They're not meant to be binged, despite what passionate gamers may say. It's not a matter of whether they are or aren't meant to be binged. They're not meant to be defined. That's the nature of it. I can't tell you what a true game and a true gamer is. All I can tell you is whether I'm enjoying what I do or not. I do enjoy sometimes playing games into the wee hours of the morning, binging them, and I don't lose my enjoyment because of it. But that doesn't mean that that's the way that all people must enjoy them. I think the thing about them is that when they become hobbies, and especially when they are catharsis, the fact that they are so undefinable except for by the individual who is using them is the important part. I can't tell you what they're meant to be or not meant to be because you're going to prescribe them and use them as you see fit, and that's good. It's actually not confusing. I get what you mean. Okay, I tried to be as articulate as I could, so I appreciate that you were on the same page with me. Do people easily grow out of games as they get older? Do a lot of people say, hey, I'm 30, 40, 50, still playing games, sort of question? A lot of people do, and there's a lot of stigma about it, right? Being a 40-some-odd-year-old or a 50-some-odd-year-old playing video games has a lot of stigma, and that's irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I will play games until I die. or until it no longer feels right. When it stops feeling right, for whatever reason it stops feeling right, I will stop, if it ever does. But otherwise, I don't care what anybody else says. There is no stigma. There's a train somewhere you can hear projecting. But it's like, I don't care. There is a social stigma about it. There's a gender stigma where it's like, a lot of girls are like, I don't want them to play video. I don't care. My wife lets me play video games because she knows that is how I cope with this and that and the other. And if she didn't, then we probably wouldn't be married, because that would be a major incompatibility. She also loves to game to game cathartically as well. So it's like there are a lot of elements, and the fact of the matter is that only the ones that are actually relevant to you need be considered. Anything that is socially this or that, but it isn't relevant to you, doesn't need to be considered. Forget it. Throw it away. Do what you want. Doesn't matter who thinks you're a true gamer, or what games you're playing, or how often you're playing them, or whether you're even passing them, so long as you're having fun. And that's the other thing. Don't obligate yourself to the entirety. Don't make commitments of, I'm going to pass and finish this game. Just play it as it feels right, and eventually you will or won't hit the end in accordance with what felt right to you. That's it. That's all I can say. Like, I'm not pressuring myself to pass this game. I'm having fun playing this first episode. I will pass it eventually if I continue to have fun each episode, but I'm only living in the moment of that single episode every time I'm doing it. Let's see. In terms of games, I've definitely gotten like that. I don't pay much attention anymore. I don't buy everything at launch, and that's better. Good. That's fantastic. That's great progress. A series I briefly saw, an elderly woman playing Skyrim. She looked like she was having a lot of fun. When I worked in the gaming industry, I used to have a woman that, Farmville, she would come in and buy hundreds of dollars of Farmville. She was like 80. And she, at one of my stores, she would constantly just come in and buy Farmville cards, and she'd buy hundreds of dollars. And it's like, I don't care. If you've got the money and that's how you want to spend your twilight years, then heck yeah, more power to you. I thought it was fantastic. I still think it's fantastic. I don't think there's any obligation to cave to any social pressure. And if any social pressure would attempt to cave me and tell me otherwise, you'd have to present some really, really compelling evidence to the contrary, because I cannot see it being a reasonable approach. I've wondered if it stopped feeling right for me, to be honest, but at least I'm back in it, even if it's even if for a good while longer. Do what feels right, though. Again, if it does stop feeling right, then stop doing it. Like, if your streams feel like, for example, if you're a very big Doctor Who fan, right? If you are more into that than anything else, and you feel like, well, I like streaming, then stop doing the video games and go into commentating on Doctor Who or Let's Watch or whatever. Do stuff like that. Like, if that's what feels good in the moment, then do it. If philosophy feels... Now, that could be arguably hedonism, right? So I'm going to temper that by saying, be responsible. Don't be completely hedonistic, pursuing pleasures to the extent of being harmful. But, like, yeah. I just need to get my head right, because it's a weird spiral now and it's very disruptive. That's the most important piece, is figuring out... Take time to discover who you are. Not who you want to be, not who you think you are. Not who you were, who you are. Take a moment. Like, I do a lot of writing. Take a moment to do that. Write down what are things that you right that moment enjoy. And then the next day, write the same, do the same exercise. Don't look at what you wrote the day before. Try not to remember it. Just write. And then see how much of that coalesces, and see if that gives you any sort of interest in, or if that kind of defines what you feel like you have an interest in. Like, those are little things. But anyway, if anything, I might just buy Metroid Prime 4, obviously, and go through the... So, yeah, that's perfectly fair. That's a great way to do it. Speaking of Skyrim, stop. You have violated... You have twice. Oh, yeah, the one you sent me, the rapping one. Yep. I saw that. It was funny. That was peak internet for that time, too, which was really fun. I've considered doing a monthly analysis of Doctor Who audios, because I have found transcripts. That's a phenomenal idea. If that's something that you feel like would be fun, you'd like to do. Again, you don't feel obligated to do your hobbies. I don't feel obligated to stream every week. I like streaming. It's cathartic. I get to talk. I get to play games. I get to do things that I'm passionate about. I like it. When it stops being fun, I'll stop doing it. That's just how it is. When I stop having fun doing it, I'll come out and be like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Sorry. And then I'll just be done. I'm okay with that. Could finally listen to extended Doctor Who media, which I've been meaning to for... That'd be awesome. Yeah. I write a lot. Thing is, once it's out, I delete it all. No, write it on paper. Write it on paper. Don't write it on the computer. Write it on a piece of paper. Something that you have to put a lot more effort into the deletion of, because the computer, you give excuses to delete it. Put it on a piece of paper where even wadding it up and throwing it in a bin doesn't get rid of it. Where you could always go up to that bin until that bin is full and unwad it. You have to, you have to be more deliberate about the writing. That's because I write in books. I don't write it on the computer because that gives me every way to every accessible excuse and every accessible way to delete it. I write it in a book. It makes it more difficult for me because I have to be more deliberate with wadding it up, throwing it in a bin somewhere, or doing, that's the thing. You see, don't do it in something that make it so that you have to be more deliberate. That's my opinion, but you should make it where it has to be a more deliberate effort. Put it in, and I'll give you an idea, and you don't have to do any of this, obviously. I buy books that are blank journals, where I have to be more deliberate. For me, it hurts me to tear out of a journal because then the journal is incomplete. And I know that sounds weird, but journal's incomplete and it's got a jagged edge. Buy a journal, write in the journal where you have to be more deliberate, where you have to discard the whole journal, or you have to tear up and destroy the whole journal, or, something where it's more difficult and more deliberate, where if you delete something, so to speak, or you have to mark through it, make it ugly, but where if you delete it, it's something that you know needed deletion. That's what I think would be good. Few upcoming centers. Oh yeah, centers look cool. June 11th, still I was going to ask about that, but I didn't feel that it was appropriate time to do that. I feel like it was better to just address and talk about this, and I didn't want to add any potential pressure to you if you felt like you needed to make a change of that. Bring your back weapons again. Journaling and blank books is highly recommended activity. It's a highly recommended activity by me. I fill up a couple of those books a year, journaling, and I go back and I look and I see how I've evolved. But it makes it more difficult for me to throw things away deliberately. So those are a couple of things that I recommend that I also do.
Nice work, everyone.
Hope that's the last of them. Not a fan of long goodbye.
I write a lot. I read a lot. Nothing like my hobbies don't feel like that I'm pressured to do them. And I know I'm a little older, and I've been doing them for a long enough time that I can say that it's at least been successful for me. I can't say it's been successful it will be for everybody, but Star Wars has been a hobby of mine for 30 plus years, and
Can't shake him.
at the very least, and it's something that I'm never bored to do. It's something that I always feel like, oh, cool. When I'm ready to do it, I do it. It's actually 10th.
That's one way to do it.
Learn that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I have to go back and take a look. I didn't want to. No. That's fine. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. It doesn't matter if it's to me or to the gallery. This is what the space is for. That's what the room is for. Is to talk about. They went Bravo. That's what the space is for, is to talk about things, and it's a room to enjoy the game, but yeah, it's also a room to talk about what we need to talk about. So don't apologize.
Took some hits back.
I agree. I think, and you're always welcome to, like I said, it doesn't have to be a stream. You're always welcome to talk with me if you want to talk with people, or to talk with me on Discord or whatever is comfortable. It's one of those things where I don't have the same experiences. I can't speak to the same emotions and things that you feel, but I can say what has worked for me for as long as it has worked for me might be of some help to you. Oh, it's okay. Either way, I didn't want to bring any of it up because I didn't want there to feel like there was an unconscious pressure. The room is retro, therefore. And Taikar, what are you doing here? It's still brilliant.
Are you making a horror movie? Hey!
Nice.
Make sure I look good, right?
Oh, there's Grease.
Right?
Oh, it's a replay of the old missions.
Well?
And there's Sir Junda.
This book is a copy from the Jedi archive.
Okay, so she was a Jedi that became kind of a mercenary who kind of became an unofficial and then later kind of more official teacher for me.
Or by us alone.
We don't know where she is right now. I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything. There's Marin. She is a Night Sister, similar to Asajj Ventress.
Is vast.
We picked her up on her home planet.
I've seen only a little of what it has to offer.
She was an enemy for a while, and then she became a friend and helped us kill off Terran Malicos.
I will return to Dathomir and whisper what I have learned to my sleeping sisters.
Sleeping sisters, by the way, are the dead because they put them up in pods and stuff. She's very differently social, but she's very nice.
You know, it's not often I break out an old family recipe like this. Well, what do you think? Mary?
It's good. Could use some more salt.
Too much salt is bad for you.
That's funny.
It's wonderful, Grease.
I'd actually pay credits for this. Oh yeah? Hey, I might start charging you, Cal.
Oh, I like Grease.
Smell something burning.
What'd you leave on, Grease? So what, Marin? It wasn't Marin's cup of tea, but she gave it to us, so that's good. Let's see. My plan for a video uploaded on that day, and then I'll see how I feel. That's perfectly fair. That's a perfectly fair way. Grease is the word. She is in a lot of things, but I don't know. I don't know all of the things she's in. I know as Seer, I like her.
Any ports nearby that won't.
I like the character of Seer. Thanks, Grease. I referenced that for an. Don't think any insult is for. Oh, sorry. I may have missed it, so I apologize. It's a point of view of a human being, of Ash at the moment. It's a good point of view, I think, because I think that woman is. Yeah, she is. And many things that she will be in many things. If there, but will she be in many things if there existed? My opinion.
Except the mantis.
Yeah. There's not necessarily the same thing as an objective truth in that regard, but there are. Well, I guess there are. You can't say objective truth, but you can say provable fact. And if there's provable fact, then it goes contrary to what you're saying. Then, regardless of your opinion, that provable fact will exist, irrespective of your personal viewpoint. So we have a lot of different areas we can take a look at. Little beady parts, it looks like. So we got some assembly there, which is just a different. Seer, I hardly know her. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to land on Kobo, and then I think we're going to call it good. We'll use a meditation point on Kobo, and that'll be good. Because there's supposed to be in the first game, there's a meditation point right here, but it isn't there, so. Let's use a workbench. See what we want to do. Single, double, dual wield, that's fine. So here's what I want to do. Let's do BD1 is in the BD. What else do we have? We've got assembly, and we've got. I like the astromech. Oh shoot, I didn't hit the right button. Boop. Let's use astromech because I like that, and then let's do materials. And no, I don't like the color. I want to use astromech blue, Inquisitor white, stainless. There's droid blue, dark Inquisitor gray, Kashyyyk lime green. Let's do actually Inquisitor white. And then as a secondary color, oops, let's do droid blue. Let's give him a little R2 look, right? Why don't we? Shoot. No, let's give him metal there, and then we'll give him. Gosh dang it! There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for, at least. And the condition, we have him well kept, pristine. Let's give him worn, so we know he's been in some stuff. We got our own little R2. I think that's cute. And then lightsaber. I know exactly what I'm doing with this. I'm gonna do hermit, and then on this side I'm gonna do rebel hero. And the reason that is because if you haven't recognized, the rebel hero is Anakin / Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, which is a Graflex basically. And then this is Obi-Wan's lightsaber from Episode 1, which is actually one of my favorite saber designs. And then we can actually change...
That'll do.
Oops, no it won't. I need to change some other things. So the materials, the primary... I can make it electrum plated, which they frowned against making electrum plated because it was vanity to put that in a weapon. Metal alloy, bronze. Let's do metal alloy, but high polish. I want high polish because I take good care of my sabers. And then secondary, I want... I need something darker than dark iron. I want... no. Textured black. Well... Yeah, no. Let's do... Yeah, let's do that, and then let's do as the accent... chromium. Grips I want to be dark. I want... The textured black rubber is not as dark as I'd like it to be, but that's what the grip should be. Condition. Pristine. Yeah. Okay, color. There was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 colors. So normally I would have mine as purple because that's my favorite, but there are a couple of them that appeal to me. White, and I actually think this time I want to do green. Green is the color of the Jedi Consular, so the one that uses more force than the force power than
Ready to roll with this.
than uses
We're almost there.
saber. It's generally someone wiser. To tell people, let's see, tell that to people who don't like opinions different to theirs. Yeah, well, that's the idea. Is we tell people that have oh, look at the hyperdrive. Look at the hyperdrive. Looks so good. I didn't realize that. That's the the inside of a hyperdrive will have these little striations in them. That's what the Nubian look like too, but it's a square shape. More aesthetics customization rather than playing the game. Yeah, no, I like it. I like that. Oh, here's the meditation point. Okay, maybe we'll actually just quit here then. I didn't know our meditation point was going to come back, so let's quit here. Let's call it here. We'll rest. That's our save. Oh, I had a lot of fun. We're going to go to Kobo next, so that'll be good. I had a lot of fun. This was a longer episode than normal. I normally won't do it this long just because, but I knew it takes a little longer to get established and kind of into the world and everything. And so I wanted to make sure that I gave us the opportunity to do that. So next time it'll probably be closer to like 2.5, 3 hours. But this time I thought maybe 4 and a bit wouldn't hurt us. So let me move us over, I guess. Ow. Still not used to the arm. Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun. I really enjoy playing this game. I like Star Wars. I talked about a lot of stuff, a lot of nerdy stuff, from the languages spoken to the written languages to the different fighting styles, Trakata, to the inspirations in real life philosophy, which motivated. I mean, a lot of stuff. It's really, really nice. Did the fireplace chat and the last third of the conversation sort of extend the stream a fair bit? Not a ridiculous amount. I mean, a little bit, but not a ridiculous amount. I think we were only on there for maybe 40 minutes. And a lot of times we're usually on there for 30, 40 minutes to up to an hour, but then the whole of the stream is only 2 hours and 46 minutes on average. So it's like, we still went over our normal. We still went over our normal by about an hour and a quarter. To the language of Dagadoo. I wish I could have been there for the fireplace chat because you started at close to 5:30 a.m. Yeah, I started a little early because I knew this one was, and I said that much earlier, as I knew this one was going to be a little longer. So normally I'll start somewhere kind of early afternoon, mid-afternoon. This time I wanted to start earliest afternoon just so that I could get through it at a reasonable hour because it's about 6:30 p.m. here. So we'll move more into that, but we talked about a couple of different things. We have Bogus in here, so a huge thank you, by the way. We had a lot of people start in that hadn't been in a while. It was really nice to see them. We had Miss Maggie come in, we had Bogus come in, which was really cool. Fighting Max said hi. Of course, Ash and Viddy, you guys are always fantastic, and it's always a pleasure to get to have you and talk with you about every little thing, whether it be an up or a down or anything in the in-between. I'm perfectly good with it. And then we had an interesting Jeffrey something or another who had a weird request, and you know what, I thank you for at least coming in and asking. I'm sad to decline, but I'm declining wholeheartedly, but he came in, so whatever. But yeah, point point in all of this, I think it's really fun, and I enjoy talking a lot about the philosophies and the metaphysics and all of that kind of stuff. And I hope you guys are having fun with it so far. I hope that this has been kind of enjoyable. Whatever. Somehow, Bogus and Maggie return. Easy jump turn into episode 9. Episode 9 is again. I will argue that episode 9 has more redeeming qualities to it, at least to me, than episode 8. There was something that was kind of interesting. I thought was really fun. In fact, where they had kind of Darth Revan. For anybody who doesn't know Darth Revan, again, my favorite character from the KOTOR franchise, Darth Revan. What's up? Hold on 1 second. I'm fixing things. Was it like something romantic? It was more sexual than romantic. Was nothing romantic about it. It was sexual, but it was something I declined. Because it was either a troll or it was weird, right? It was somebody either randomly soliciting or it was somebody who was trying to troll me. Either way, doesn't matter. I think 9 before 8. I'm still kind of looking forward to watching the sequel trilogy soon, regardless of the opinion. Yeah, I think 9 over 8, because I think the other thing where it's like Revan comes up and he's talking to people, and he's talking to who is it, like Anakin and Obi-Wan, and he's like, don't you guys, have, surely if you guys are fighting an entire Jedi Order is fighting only 2 Sith, then it was no issue, because in his time there wasn't just 2 Sith, there was an entire academy. And it was like, oh, surely you can take them, and da-da-da-da. And then eventually they're like, no, they're very slippery. And he's like, well, you can use battle meditation, right? You can use force heal and make sure you're in the fight for longer. You can use, all these. And they're like, what are those force powers? And he's like, yeah, I'm going back to my own time. It is ridiculous how powerful Jedi and Sith in the Old Republic, the old Republic, were compared to like Obi-Wan and Anakin even. Anakin, of course, super powerful, but not remarkably knowledgeable. But it's crazy how much more powerful than the average Jedi of the old Republic was. Very, very cool. Anakin versus Revan would have been a really interesting fight until Anakin realized how to do all the other force powers. Like Anakin versus Revan would have been a really, really interesting fight. If Anakin couldn't beat Obi-Wan in episode 3 at that point in time, Anakin versus Revan would have been Revan completely. As the chosen one, Anakin, like the way he was on Mortis, probably not. But in the angry way he was on Mustafar, probably. That sort of combo, that's fine. Mind someone on Insta seems to hit on me. Insta's not a dating site. Well, people are using it that way. It's crazy. It's just one of those. But at any rate, I really say thank you to all of you who popped in to say hi and talked with me, and I hope that what we talked about was meaningful to you. Congratulations and best of luck both to you, Miss Maggie, on your certification, which I have no doubt you'll succeed in. To you, Ash, on finding what it is that you feel that you need to be at any given time. To you, Vidi, on discovering what it is you want to do. And to anyone else who might be struggling or working towards a particular goal, I wish you the best of luck and the greatest of support should you need it. Of course, you can always reach out to me in any way you need, and I'm happy to support and help in any way I possibly can. But I hope you guys will have a wonderful day, a wonderful rest of your week, and we will talk to you the next time. Bye.